call.
Rowe, Bagley, Harding, Pug, Johnson, Melton. Mr. President.
Here. Please rise for the pledge and remarks by Councilmember Harding.
Thanks. Before I do my comments, I'm trying to do this quickly, but last week was not my week to make opening comments. It was Don Rowe's turn. But on Wednesday morning, I got the nicest email thanking me for my very deep and thoughtful comments the day before to open City Council. And I wish I could have taken credit for that. I did make sure that they got connected with Don and he was properly thanked. I doubt that I'll get many emails tomorrow after my opening comments today, but I hope I do. So here we go. My comments are a little premature, but since we don't meet next week, I thought I'd muse a little bit about Thanksgiving. And next Thursday is Thanksgiving, and it happens to be my favorite holiday. And a little known fact that the United States was the first country to establish a holiday to give thanks. And in 1621, the Pilgrims held their first Thanksgiving, and William Brewster, a minister at the feast, said a prayer that went something like this. We thank God for our homes and our food and our safety in this new land. We thank God for the opportunity to create a new world of freedom and justice. And in a similar fashion, and by a figure as historic in my mind, Marcy, not Don's Marcy, but Marcy of Charles Schulz fame, in the movie Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, Marcy was sent by Peppermint Patty to apologize for Peppermint Patty's remarks about the lacking feast Charlie Brown had prepared for his friends. And Marcy explained to Chuck that Thanksgiving is more than eating and that we should just be thankful for being together. It is my hope and prayer that all of you are able to spend time with your friends and family next week to celebrate Thanksgiving and to be thankful for your blessings. So in the great words of William Brewster or Marcy, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder in the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Omaha City Council. We appreciate having you here today to address our many different items. I would encourage you to turn your cell phones off or at least to vibrate. Today we will start our meeting with a presentation on behalf of Senator Jim Jensen to be presented by Councilmember Harding. I know we have some family members here today as well, and if you want to come down to the podium, you're welcome to do that. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. So the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas James H. Jim Jensen was born January 17th, 1934, the youngest of 5 children born to Willard and Myrtle Jensen, and whereas Jim Jensen was raised on a farm outside of Kennard, Nebraska, until the family moved to Omaha in 1942. And Jim attended technical high school, where he met his future wife, Joan Becerra. And I think this isn't in here, I think it was at a football game, if I remember right. And whereas Jim had a successful career in residential construction and development, building over 150 homes, developing the West Fairacre subdivision and Old Mill Office Park. And whereas after retiring from real estate development, Jim represented Legislative District 20 as a state senator for 12 years, serving as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. And whereas Jim was also part owner and 30-year board member of First Westroads Bank, served on the City of Omaha Zoning Board of Appeals, and was elected to the Papio Missouri River Natural Resources District. And whereas Jim passed away on October 11th, 2023, and whereas Jim loved gardening, camping, boating, fishing, and building, but his greatest love was his wife and his family. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Omaha recognizes Jim Jensen's many contributions to Omaha and the state of Nebraska, and expresses its sincere condolences to the entire Jensen family. In witness whereof, we have set our hands and caused the official seal of the City of Omaha to be affixed on this 14th day of November, 2023. Thank you.
Just real quick, I wanted to say thank you on behalf of the family to the council and for the recognition of Dad. I think he'd be, on the way down, Mom and I were talking, and I think he'd be a little embarrassed by the attention and the nice proclamation, but it means a lot to us, and so I thank you for that. Dad was born on a farm in Kennard, as you shared, and you know, the original Project Zero initiative, I think, started there because he used to ride a horse to school bareback every day with his two sisters in front of him. And, you know, he always had an intense desire to steward and to serve. And whether that was when he was building homes for people, I had somebody stop me the other day and said, your dad built our home back in the 70s, and we elected to go carpet instead of wood in the closet, and he returned $30 to us at the end of the day. And so he just had that high level of integrity, a high level of service and desire to take care of the people under his stewardship, under his care, whether he was building houses in the banking industries and giving loans to people, to businesses and people in the Omaha community to build and to create growth in this wonderful town and city that we live in, or at the state legislature for 12 years of service there. And he cared for those people that were he represented in District 20 and the people of the state at large. And so, you know, when he passed, one of the things that was like, what do I take away from this? And one of the things I had is to be that kind of a steward, to care for people and to take care of those people that are either underneath you or that you're working alongside of. And the challenge I'd like to leave with each one of you is to do the same. You each represent an important piece of this city and a community that dearly loves being a part of this city, and represent them well and serve them well as their stewards. So thank you again for this honor, and it's just a joy for all of us to be here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said. Thanks for being here. Without objection, next on our agenda, we're going to move up item number 66, as we have the mayor here to address this item on Vision Zero. We'll start with her remarks, and then we'll also have a brief overview by project proponents before we do proponents and opponents of the Vision Zero document here today. So we have some sign-in sheets I think we did. We'll call them up in order as we get to that point. But first we'll start with the city clerk reading the item, and then we'll welcome the mayor.
Item 66, a resolution to approve the Vision Zero Omaha Action Plan.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Jean Stothert, Mayor of the City of Omaha, 1819 Farnham Street. After years of study, data analysis, and public input, we have completed the Vision Zero Action Plan. We have 25 recommendations and a list of priority road projects to help us reach the goal of ending traffic fatalities in Omaha by 2045, an ambitious but necessary goal. Before we talk about the plan and the recommendations, I'd like to thank many people that have been involved. First, the members of the Active Living Advisory Committee and the Vision Zero Task Force. One of the first actions of the Active Living Advisory Committee, which I created by executive order, was the recommendation to look at Vision Zero and how we could implement Vision Zero principles in Omaha. I agreed and named the task force to study crash trends, road design, and other factors that contribute to fatal and serious injury crashes. The result was a decision to hire Jeff Subject, our Vision Zero coordinator, and create a Vision Zero action plan. Many of the initial volunteers are still involved today, so thank you all for your time and your expertise. City staff from many departments have also been involved, from Public Works, Planning, Police, Fire, and members of my staff. We recommend, and the City Council approved, hiring our consultant, WSP, to guide us through this process. And a technical advisory committee has been an important part of the creation of this action plan. The committee includes citizens, safety advocates, nonprofit organizations, transit agencies, Omaha Police and Fire Departments, Planning and Public Works, and of course our consultants. Many of these members are also here today, so thank you to everyone who have been involved. Public safety is my #1 responsibility. The safety of everyone who uses our roads is critically important for a safe city like Omaha. For several years, traffic deaths and serious crash injuries have increased in Omaha at an alarming rate. Between 2011 and 2020, 261 people died and more than 4,400 were seriously injured on our streets in Omaha. This year, 25 have died in crashes on Omaha roads already. This is why we have made a commitment to become a Vision Zero city, one of the 40 U.S. cities to do so. Vision Zero is based on the principle that traffic deaths and injuries are preventable. Our plan is built around the safe system approach, which prioritizes transportation system design to be safe, even when people make mistakes on the road. We will focus on 3 priorities. First, safe speeds. By using traffic calming methods like roundabouts and speed bumps, reconfiguring traffic lanes and enforcement. Second, safe users, making sure streets are safe for everyone, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. We will do this through outreach and communication, promoting transit, enforcement, and traffic safety education. And third, safe streets, through road design and engineering and a review and potential update of our city policies. The recommendations are based on data analysis and a lot of public input. There has been some pushback for some council members about the reference to equity in this plan. In this context, equity means accessibility, ensuring that all users of our roads, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists have access to safe streets. Crash data shows a higher percentage of fatal and serious injury crashes occur in the older parts of our city, especially North and South Omaha. These neighborhoods have older infrastructure, fewer sidewalks and bike lanes, narrow and congested streets. Vision Zero equity means everyone can travel on our streets safely, and every person in Omaha is able to arrive home safely to their families. Finally, the plan recommends a number of steps, including improved process for data collection and analysis, a long-term Vision Zero executive committee, an annual public report, and a plan update every 5 years. Community involvement and buy-in from all of us will be the key. I hope your vote today is unanimous, and who would disagree with the goal to save lives? Thank you all for letting me come and speak early. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next, we will take project proponents, who I think will give an overview of the project, right? Which I believe is Jay? Yeah. Jay Aber.
Hello, I'm Jay Aber. I work with WSP Engineering Consultancy. Our office is at 300 Wyandotte, Kansas City, Missouri. I wanted to first thank you all honorable members of the council, reflecting Councilman Harding's opening remarks. I am thankful for having the opportunity to be here and speak to you on this very important topic of safety and creating a safe environment for everyone in Omaha. As the mayor mentioned, this is a project that's been built on an extensive amount of work. There's an extensive data analysis, public input, involvement from the Technical Advisory Committee and Executive Committee. Many of the members of those committees are here today as well, in addition to an extensive amount of effort and input from city staff. The plan first recognizes the good work that Omaha has done over the preceding decades. Omaha has a lower fatal crash rate than many of our peer cities like Kansas City, Wichita, and Milwaukee, but the plan also recognizes there's more work to be done. As the mayor alluded to, there's been a troubling increase in fatal crashes. These number of crashes have more than doubled over the last decade. So this process began with identifying 7 guiding principles with the support of the Technical Advisory Committee and the Executive Committee. These guiding principles include a focus on all modes of transportation. This plan does not favor one mode or another. This is for everyone on Omaha streets, regardless of how you travel, whether you're driving, walking, or biking in the city. The second guiding principle is equity. As the mayor mentioned, equity in the context of this plan means that we need to have equitable investments and of our money and effort throughout the city. Crashes are not evenly distributed through the city. Some neighborhoods have a rate of crashes higher than others. So putting our efforts to the areas of the greatest need. Third and fourth guiding principles are data-driven solutions and public input. These 2 things help form the foundation of this plan and give it a solid footing to stand on. Next comes education, informing everyone in the city of the challenges ahead of us, the solutions that we have, and the shared responsibility that everybody in the city has to improve safety and eliminate fatal and serious injury crashes. And the last, commitment and accountability and urgency. We need to act now. People are dying on our streets on a weekly basis. We need to also measure our progress, hold ourselves accountable, and pivot and update the plan as necessary, doubling down on what works and moving away from things that aren't working. The plan then also identifies 8 focus areas that look at highly impacted users, high-risk infrastructure, and careless behavior on our roadways. Building on all this work with the Technical Advisory Committee and the public and the Executive Committee, we identified 25 recommendations in the plan, in addition to a list of prioritized projects. I'll give a brief overview of some of these recommendations and can also answer questions specifically on any of the recommendations after the remainder of the public comment is concluded. As the mayor mentioned, safe speeds is the first category. Speeding is a key factor in whether a crash occurs and how severe that crash is. This is one of the top concerns we heard from the public, that they were concerned about high vehicle speeds, speeding on our roadways. We hear it in the media. We hear it from OPD, the stories of people on the road. Some of the recommendations for safe speeds include developing a speed management plan for the entire city, so we can identify specific targeted investments and strategies to specific locations where we have speeding issues. We also want to bolster the speed enforcement efforts of OPD's traffic safety unit, led by Lieutenant Straub, who has been a very important part of developing this process and an important part of the safety landscape in Omaha. We also want to advance and expand the traffic calming program, among other efforts. Going on to safe users, we understand we can make a lot of progress by redesigning our streets to make them safer, but we also understand that's not going to happen overnight. It's a long-term commitment. In the meantime, we need to focus on user behavior as a stopgap measure. Engagement, outreach, and partnering is key to promoting safety. Partnering with organizations like Keep Kids Alive, Drive 25, and the excellent work they've done in Omaha and across the nation over the years. Some of those recommendations include continuing the education and outreach efforts that have been conducted already as part of this process, continuing that outreach to the community beyond the end of the plan completion. We want to also support and expand other enforcement activities, specifically targeted at intoxication and again at speeding. Also want to think about the root causes of intoxication. A lot of our fatal crashes involve intoxicated drivers. We won't solve this problem unless we start to address the root cause of this, which is substance abuse in our community and supporting those substance abuse programs. We also want to support driver's education in general. Driver's education is not accessible to everyone. We have some really fantastic driver's education courses here that do cost money. So thinking about how we can support the engagement of people in driver's education courses and also provide scholarships for people who would like to take the course but aren't able to financially. Another key is supporting public transit use. Public transit use is a little bit different from all these others, but we know that riding the bus, riding streetcar is the safest form of transportation that exists today. So the more people we can have riding public transit, the fewer fatal and serious injury crashes we'll have. Finally, in terms of safe streets, we need to have a total commitment to Vision Zero if we're going to achieve the ambitious goals in this plan. And that means incorporating this work into everything we do. So in terms of safe streets, we want to expand the planning, things like Safe Routes to Schools program, making sure every child is able to walk or bike safely to school. Update the Complete Streets Design Guide, which had a placeholder in it for Vision Zero upon the completion of this plan to be incorporated into that. Looking for opportunities to leverage private development projects. We do traffic impact studies with those projects now. Want to also include safety impact studies with those projects to see how we can partner with those developers to improve the safety of our streets. We also want to formalize safety as a prioritization criteria in the capital improvement program planning. Safety has always been a part of that process, as we can see with the good work that the city has done over the preceding decades. We want to make that a formal prioritization criteria in that planning. We've also included a toolbox of countermeasures for Omaha, countermeasures that have been proven to work in other places, and countermeasures that were vetted by the Technical Advisory Committee and Executive Committee and the public, countermeasures that the public and these committees want to see in the city and will work. So we have a toolbox of the countermeasures to implement on our projects going forward. Finally, we want to put these recommendations into action. We have identified 117 projects throughout the city of Omaha to be prioritized for safety. These are based on the locations on the high injury network, the high risk network, from public input, where the public identified safety issues today, and targeted to the areas of the greatest need with the highest crash concentrations. Every council district has prioritized projects in it. This is an issue that transcends all council district boundaries and is throughout the entire city. However, we know some council districts have a greater concentration of crashes and more crashes than others. So these projects are targeted to those areas of greatest need so that we can have the greatest impact with limited funding in the future. As part of the project, we are also able to quantify the benefits of these projects economically based on the crash costs to society. We quantify that these projects will have almost $2 billion in economic benefit to the Omaha economy. And together, the benefit to cost ratio is 2 to 1. So for every dollar spent on these safety projects, $2 will be realized in economic benefits. These projects will improve safety, quality of life, and boost the local economy. This is an ambitious plan, a very important goal, and if we implement this Vision Zero plan, we will be able to eliminate fatal and serious injury deaths, serious injury crashes on our road by the goal year of 2045. And I'll be here with city staff to answer any final questions after the remainder of public comment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that overview. Next, we have Tim Adams, also with the consulting team. Did you want to address or just be here for questions too? Questions. Okay, great. Thank you. Then we'll move to proponents who have signed in. We'll start with Mike Helgerson.
Hello, Mike Helgerson, Executive Director with the Metropolitan Area Planning Agency, 2222 Cumming Street here in Omaha, Nebraska. Just would like to echo the mayor's comments about this particular project. We have been a partner on this project since the early Vision Zero task force and really defining the need both for the city staff and a Vision Zero coordinator and the need for an action plan like this. And this plan is really a realization of those goals set by the Vision Zero task force, of which MAPPA was a member, and also of the executive and technical committees throughout this process, which MAPPA staff participated in. This is a really tremendous opportunity for the city, not only to set these bold goals around traffic safety, but also to realize them through the tremendous resources available through the federal government around safety and equitable investments throughout the community. If you look at the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the latest bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed by Congress, most of the project criteria of those discretionary grant programs focus on those key initiatives, and the city's adoption of this plan here today would put them into a small group of communities really ready to take advantage of those, particularly through the Safe Streets and Roads for All program. More importantly, through MAPPA's regional transportation planning process as the metropolitan planning organization for the Omaha Council Bluffs metro area, safety is the #1 priority we've heard from our community leaders and stakeholders, and it is also going to allow the city to take advantage of those resources in the advancement of this plan as well. And really, as sort of the leader of our organization, we've been tremendously fortunate to be involved in this. Really, City of Omaha's leadership in this has really cast an opportunity for us to realize these goals at the regional level as well. And MAPPA has secured a grant through the Safe Streets and Roads for All program to take this methodology and to expand it to the entire region. The City of Omaha was a joint applicant on that. You may recall I was here really to proposed that idea, and the city adopted that. And so as a joint applicant, the city's plan will be adopted by reference into that broader regional strategy and really align this with our regional transportation planning process overall. So with adoption today, we'll continue to be a partner on implementation, helping resource not just the evaluation and the implementation of these goals, but also helping resource the projects identified throughout the plan. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next, we have Tom Everson.
Good afternoon. Tom Everson with Keep Kids Alive, Drive 25, 12418 C Street, Omaha 68144. One of the things I was thinking of as the mayor spoke and as Jay spoke and as Mike spoke is that the timeline for this, for me, goes back to probably about 2016 because the mayor appointed me as a member of that original active living task force. And out of that, I was, I don't know if I was chosen or accidentally selected to be the chair for the task force that led to the hiring of Jeff. And so for today is special to see this plan come before you, hopefully for approval, so that we can move forward as a community. The one last thing I'd just like to say, obviously I am for this with every bone in my body and every cell of my being as we move forward. But the reason is because this plan is about people, and not simply about each of us as individuals, but as community and what we're committed to, not just today, but going forward, because it's going to take that collective effort of community in order to realize Vision Zero. And each of us in our own way, whether through our individual behavior or because of our role as part of a organization that is part of the implementation process of all of this, all of those count so much, but it all comes together as community. So let's move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And thanks for your work with Keep Kids Alive. Next proponent is Matt Oberst.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Oberst, 2332 North 55th Street. I currently serve as manager for the Blackstone Business Improvement District and represented that district as a member of the Vision Zero Technical Advisory Group, Technical Advisory Committee. I believe the action plan before you today is a comprehensive, holistic approach that will save lives in our community. I'm pleased that pedestrian safety has been integrated into the plan, including solutions such as pedestrian safety zones that our partners in the city's Public Works Department have piloted in Blackstone to address areas with increasing pedestrian density. Please consider approving the Vision Zero Omaha Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next proponent is Pel Duval.
Pel Duval, 511 North 36th Street. I'm here today, Committee of Council, thank you, Mr. President, members here, representing the Active Living Advisory Committee. I'm the Vice Chair and have been for the last 6 years. When Vision Zero was proposed, when we made that recommendation, it seemed like a no-brainer. It seemed, of course, everyone says that this is what we should do. It's the obvious solution, and it is, but it's hard. The work that we began to do was difficult. We made the recommendation in 2017. The Vision Zero Task Force began in 2018. In 2019, we presented our recommendations, which involved hiring Jeff. Jeff was hired, onboarded, and then with the council's approval for a budget on that, thank you. And then the work was to create a request for proposals to develop this plan. And then we had all of the work of the executive committee, of the technical advisory committee, and all of the consulting team with WSP and GEO. All of this work has been happening for 6 years. This is not something that has come out of the last couple months. This is many people working over many years for one goal, and that's to prioritize what we need to keep our citizens safe. This plan is measurable and it's actionable. The most important aspects of any Vision Zero plan. We have to have something to do, and we need to be able to measure it to say that we've done it. When we talk about the number of people killed since this has happened, if we go back to 2011 through 2020, these are the same numbers that Mayor Stothert gave. 261 people killed, that's 1 every 10 days over the course of 9 years. 4,456 people injured, that's 5 every week. And one last point to talk to. In that time, that's $4.1 billion of economic impact. Yes, that's a B. Vision Zero is actionable and it's measurable. And it opens up the door to tens of millions of funding, millions of dollars of funding as we work on this plan and execute it. And not to belittle the lives that we're talking about, we can't put a price on that value of life, but we can put a price on the projects that work to save them. And I'll also be available with questions at the end if the council has any. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent is Trinity Wade.
I can kind of see you. I'm Trinity Wade here with Safe Omaha Streets, 5073 Jackson Street. I'm here today both as a representative of Safe Omaha Streets and as a member of the Vision Zero Technical Advisory Committee to support the adoption of the Vision Zero Action Plan. Many people, from consultants and city staff to nonprofits and safety groups, worked incredibly hard to put this plan together that's in front of you today. The plan includes a variety of great recommendations that we applaud, such as expanding data gathering on crashes, which will provide a more accurate snapshot of the actual problems on our roads and possibly open opportunities for funding. Increasing support for the traffic unit, which is needed since the size of Omaha has decreased by about 15% in the past decade, while our traffic unit, the size of that has decreased by about 12% in that same period. Leveraging public and private partnerships, which can widen both financial and citizen support of Vision Zero, establishing a fatal crash review commission, and institutionalizing a Vision Zero committee, which will provide both oversight and support to the city in its efforts. Now, as the city works towards 0 deaths and serious injuries on our roads, we do urge leaders to continue to bolster the efforts to curb the presence of alcohol-impaired drivers on our roads, especially since data shows that over 25% of the fatalities on our roads do involve alcohol, and the percentage only continues to increase. And we also echo many of the ideas included and submitted to you in the written testimony by Chris Wagner of Project Extra Mile, who is also a member of the Technical Advisory Committee. Some of those strategies include enhanced enforcement of over-serving, reducing alcohol availability, and curbing illegal sales. Now, not all Vision Zero plans succeed. In fact, many cities have seen their efforts fail due to lack of funding, lack of political leadership, and lack of thoughtful oversight. But from what I've seen as a member of the Technical Advisory Committee and what I hope to see here today, we do believe we have the support of leaders and city departments, and the plan already includes mechanisms for oversight. So what's left then is funding, something that the city will need full support on as we go forward. Lastly, the adoption of this Vision Zero action plan does not solve all our problems. We have a consistently dangerous culture of driving on Omaha's streets. And this consensus was echoed by many residents who attended the Vision Zero pop-ups held across the city. And I encourage you to read all of their comments in Appendix A of the Vision Zero action plan to see how bad your citizens believe the roads are. So, the Vision Zero action plan is a solid start. It should be adopted, but our efforts should not stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent is Alex Leikhus. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Alex Leakus.
Okay.
I'm with Omaha by Design, 618 South 11th Street. Omaha by Design works to make Omaha a more livable city for all. Crucial to that mission is how we all move around the city. I'm a car-free resident. I live and work downtown, so I take almost all of my trips on foot, bike, or transit. It should be concerning to all of us that dozens of lives are lost and hundreds of people are injured every year on Omaha's streets. We don't have to simply accept this as the status quo. Cities all around the world have dramatically reduced crashes and fatalities by pursuing a simple idea. We can design a transportation system that's truly safe for everyone. Not a single person should die or be injured on our streets. The Vision Zero action plan being considered by the council is more than just some nice ideas and good sounding goals. It uses data to identify Omaha's most dangerous streets and lays out concrete steps to make them safer. We all deserve safe streets, and this action plan will make them a reality for all of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent is Nicole Ebat. After Nicole, we'll have Benny Foles.
Hello, Nicole Ebot, Metro Transit, 2222 Cummings Street. Here at Metro, we do know nobody is trying to just get from their bus stop to their bus stop. They are traveling around the city in a number of different ways. And we do know that every person who rides a bus is actually a pedestrian first. I think we can all agree, no matter how you get around, we all deserve to get around and feel safe as we do so. This Vision Zero plan is an actionable promise to the community that everyone should be able to get where they want to safely on our public roads, sidewalks, and more. And at Metro, we support and welcome this plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Benny, come on down, and then after Benny, we'll have Daniel Lozzi.
Hi, everyone. Benny Foltz, CEO of Rome Share, which is the local nonprofit bike share operator of Heartland Bike Share. We're at 1144 North 11th Street, Omaha 68102. Many of you know that I love bikes. I love riding bikes. I've taken many of you on bike rides. I welcome you, those that I haven't taken, for a ride. I rode to work today. I'll continually ride year-round, regardless of the vote today. I'd ask that you think of not riders like me, but everyone else on this type of plan, including the bike share riders. This year, we've provided over 80,000 bike share trips alone, just in the Omaha Metro. All of those on e-bikes that the city of Omaha owns, most of them. Next year, we anticipate over 100,000 e-bike trips, 100,000 just in the city of Omaha. So Rome supports the plan, and I'll be available for questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel. And then we have Ryan Wishart after that.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday. My name is Daniel Lossie. I live at 319 North 36th Avenue, 68131. And I've had the pleasure of sitting on the Technical Advisory Task Force for the Vision Zero Action Plan. I'm the current chair of the Regional Metropolitan Transit Authority of Omaha. Nicole just was here representing the staff. And at Veritas Group, we have surveyed over 13,000 employees of Omaha about how they get to work, what are their barriers, what they like, how they would prefer to get to work. And those 13,000 represent 60,000 employees in Omaha. But perhaps most importantly, I am a human being who lives in Omaha and likes to move around to go see people that I care about and go to activities and get health care and get groceries and go to work and contribute to my community. And as a family of 5, we only have 1 car. So I am often walking, biking, riding the bus, or some combination of thereof, sometimes carpooling or riding with friends. And that's by choice because I think it's important to move around our city in lots of different ways. So I'm testifying today in full support of the adoption of the Vision Zero action plan. For all the reasons that you've already heard, I'm not going to repeat all of them, but I want to highlight a couple things. When we focus on safe speeds, safe users, and safe streets, fundamentally, we know how to make our city safe. It really comes down to a choice. We have engineers who are brilliant and know how to design safe streets. We have leaders who know that they want safe streets. On a day-to-day basis, we just have to make choices that we're going to prioritize human life over saving a few seconds on somebody's commute. And this plan is very pragmatic. As you've heard before, they prioritized projects. They looked at cost-benefit ratios of where we can reduce the most accidents for the least amount of money. They've looked at the areas where the accidents are actually happening, and so it's a very pragmatic plan. So fundamentally, I am a proponent of this plan. I encourage you to support it because today is an opportunity for you to make a choice to get this plan into place as a great first step for Omaha and making our streets safe for all users. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian's next. Brian Wishart.
Hi, I'm Ryan Wishart. My address is 912 North 49th Street, 68132. I'm a sociologist at Creighton University and represented our social science data lab on the Vision Zero Technical Advisory Committee. The Vision Zero action plan is a high-quality assessment of preventable deaths and serious injuries on Omaha streets and how these harms are highly unequal geographically and along racial lines. Social science shows that these inequalities across many cities, including Omaha, are not spontaneous, but reflect past policy and investment choices. And this Vision Zero plan provides data-driven recommendations for different policy choices and ways to better implement existing policies to reduce and eliminate these deaths and disparities. I encourage City Council members to vote to approve this plan and to support its implementation through oversight and encouraging transparency in the capital improvement plan budgeting process. The strength of the Vision Zero plan is in how it is data-driven. Other cities show examples of how we can share with the public how our proposed budgets are going to reduce traffic fatalities and injuries and the inequalities in who is most at risk for them. City Council should vote to adopt this plan and to continue to support it through its role in the implementation of the budgeting process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent, Adam Solberg, I believe is the name. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Sundberg, 3425 California Street. I'm speaking today to urge you to support the Vision Zero plan, both during today's resolution vote and later implementation. I live in Gifford Park. I'm a frequent bike rider and pedestrian, and I'm invested in encouraging citywide efforts to support multimodal transportation. Promoting safety, especially for non-vehicular traffic, is prerequisite to ensuring equity, limiting environmental impact, and more generally improving the quality of life for all Omahans. I also want to emphasize the data. 261 Omahans have died. More than 4,400 have been injured. And this doesn't include the countless non-life-threatening injuries. It doesn't include the general feeling of unease, or sometimes even peril that those of us who walk or bike or even drive on Omaha's streets often feel. I won't belabor the point that already been made that 117 projects that are part of this plan need to be implemented. I know Omaha's council members want Omahans to feel safe, and supporting this Vision Zero plan today seems an obvious first step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thanks. It's a good day for a bike ride, just a little windy, right? Next proponent is Luis Jimenez.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. The proponents every one of them have made good points as to why this needs to be approved. I will not repeat them, but I want to tell you a story about when I was on a bike going home over to Dewey Street, going east on Harney. So right there on 480 going south, there's an exit. It's really the Dewey Street exit southbound. Two cars came about and got on the protected bike lane to take a right turn into the interstate. And obviously that's not for them to take, and that would have been a bad situation if anybody was on there. I was walking, actually, on the sidewalk. I wasn't on my bike. And then I also have a friend who got struck by a vehicle on 13th and Farnham in June 28th. So I support this personally. I agree that you can pass all the policies you want, but the people of Omaha need to change. They need to recognize that transportation is done by people who ride a bike, who walk, not just those that own a vehicle. And then also, outside of this proposal, every Tuesday when you meet, you have an opportunity to effectuate this idea of the Vision Zero. And that's with your planning, with your design, ask questions, make amendments. And then also going into 2024, you're going to adopt changes into the city charter. So that's also an opportunity to provide a support for Vision Zero. I think that Public Works, you know, Mr. Stewie, your department needs to be broken up. You need to take out the park division and make it its own division. And that's an idea that I have. Public Works just needs to be broken up, and that would help out with Vision Zero. And then also approving this item would help. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last of the proponents that have signed in. We do have one proponent by Zoom, but before I initiate that, are there any other proponents that want to speak from the audience today?
Thank you so much. Holly Baird, Executive Director, Omaha Downtown Improvement District, 1620 Dodge Street, Suite 140. Thank you so much for letting me jump in. I apologize for missing the sign-in sheet. I was a member of the Technical Advisory Council, and I am not going to continue to talk about all of the amazing work that they have done, but I do want to say how impressive both the data presentation, the public outreach, the education, and the time and the research that were put into it. It was a really wonderful project to be a part of. My organization focuses on pedestrian safety, and this is a huge part. Being able to have infrastructure improvements that are going to be going into the master plan and really being implemented over the next however many years it takes would be an absolute benefit to the entire city. So on behalf of my board, the Downtown Improvement District supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents from the audience? Great, thank you. I'll now go to proponents by Zoom. Michael Kolakowski, we'll get you off mute here in a minute. All right, try that.
Hello. I don't know if you can see me. I can't see you all.
Yeah, we can see you.
But great. My name is Michael Kolakowski, 132 North 39th Street, 68131. And I'm just simply here as a citizen. I bike hundreds of miles through Omaha, or thousands sometimes each year. And I just wanted to say that I am a proponent of this. I think the Vision Zero plan is a great idea. We need to do this in Omaha. we need to not just adopt it, but fund it as well. I think that we need to take an aggressive approach to it. And why? Two reasons that came to my mind were that we have a lot of active growth opportunities in Omaha right now, where things are being built, construction from the streetcar to other buildings. And so those are opportunities to enact parts of this Vision Zero plan. And then the other thing is, as we do that, if we can get to that goal of zero, that can make Omaha really stand out from a city perspective. Like, that is some serious bragging rights for Omaha to say, hey, we've achieved this, and maybe we've done it before any other city in the United States. And the other thing that I wanted to end with was something that came to mind while I was listening to other people talk, was the idea of the car's perspective. As a cyclist, it's really easy to think about, oh goodness, what it's like for a pedestrian or a walker or a bicycle rider to get hit. But of equal importance is we all make mistakes. We're all fallible. We're all human. And my goodness, if I was in a car, because I also drive around Omaha, and I can't fathom what it would be like to be involved in something like that from the perspective of a driver and having to live with that for the rest of your life. Well, that's why this is so important. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes proponents. We'll now move to opponents. And we have one opponent who is signed in, Larry Storr.
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I guess last in is first out on the opponent side. Maybe there aren't any other opponents. But as I read the documents and listened to the other speakers that are for it, I was born in 1943, and I do have a college education, liberal arts degree, but I'm not a liberal. But I've devoted a lot of reading, and it just smacks to me of a famous novel and film, 1984. There's a lot of young people here that won't know what I'm talking about, probably a lot of older people that have no clue. 1984 and Soylent Green are about a society that is technically called utopian, which basically means we can solve all problems for all people and we all are happy. It just doesn't happen in human nature. But here we have another government intrusion into our lives. Maybe not with all just my money out of my property taxes, but federal dollars. Whenever you do federal dollars, ladies and gentlemen, you are subjecting yourself to federal control. And we are supposed to be a local government, not a federal government. There's no doubt quite a bit of federal funding in this, as well as practically everything we do in these chambers. But what you're not telling us is that the federal government is broke. They are borrowing trillions of dollars, and in some cases from people like China. You're subjugating us to other foreign governments. The federal treasury is broke, but they're giving you more money for this and more money for that. So I'd like to see all the nonprofit hands in the room and ask them what they're going to do when you can't give them any more money because you can't get any more from the federal government. Now, to the safe streets thing. You can't regulate safety. You can't regulate common sense. There are laws for these things. Now, common sense-wise, when I drive down Farnham Street, I, for the life of me, cannot envision all these people running across Blackstone District streets, and the middle of the street is blocked off with these little things to protect them, I guess, so that they can stand in the middle of the street if they want, but they still jaywalk. And now we're going to have a trolley folly running on both sides. We've got bicycles, we've got skateboards, we've got roller skates. What in the hell is safe about that? Our streets are all torn up, barricades all over the place. What's safe about that? Can you regulate people to keep from going on the street when there's barricades? No, you can't. Can you tell people they can't go around a circle? What do you call it, roundabout? Peanut shaped or otherwise. You can't regulate that. They're going to do what they're going to do. You can't regulate everything. So please stop spending my tax dollars and driving me out of Omaha because of that and because of the futuristic, utopian, communist, Marxist encroachment on freedom. We had a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and we also pledged under God. You are usurping both of those with this Vision Zero utopian BS. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other opponents signed in. Are there any opponents in the audience that want to speak? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Safety, indeed, is number one. I'm going to say that again. Safety, indeed, is number one. We actually have something here in front of us that we're going to be voting on that makes sense. Wow. Kudos to everyone that spent hard-earned time in looking at this plan. I commend you for all of your time, your effort, your thoughts, because this plan is well thought out. Well thought out. I am in full support of this plan, and I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I support the plan as well, and I've been anxious to see it get completed. I would like to have seen it actually get completed sooner, but I have been impressed with the final product that we have before us here today. I think anytime we can do something to improve traffic safety and pedestrian safety, that's something we should do. I know some of the policy recommendations that were mentioned in our brief overview there are ones I hear about every day from my constituents. And I think that's probably true of other council members too. Things like speed enforcement and requests for traffic calming and safe routes to school, walkability, safe bike lanes, even just signals and crosswalks and analysis of concerning intersections. Those are things I get every day from my constituents, and so I'm pleased to see a number of these things addressed in this plan that I think are very practical in nature and are things we should be doing. Also encouraged in my district, at least, to see some of the areas that are being prioritized that have been longtime concerns. Some of those being West Blondo and West Maple Street, where we have had a lot of accidents and some fatalities. North 30th Street, for sure, in Florence, has been a long-time challenge for that community. And Northwest Radial. I know that's an area we're currently studying, but has had several accidents and fatalities this year. So I'm anxious to see that get accomplished. One question about, I agree with the comments about implementation and prioritization and how that gets accomplished next, because that really is the important part of this plan. Now that we have it, is how are we going to go about it? And I think it's a good observation by some to observe that there are going to be annual costs we need to consider when we go about implementing this plan, whether it's something as simple as the Vision Zero coordinator himself and his team, who does need to, I think, help bird dog this plan into fruition. Things like the traffic unit in OPD will likely need additional resources. That makes sense. I guess a question for who I think is probably Bob Stubbe regarding capital type expenditures. There will certainly be those kind of things in this plan, and those things have been identified in the document we have here today. Mr. Stubbe, your thoughts on how we go about that? I know in our briefings, I'm sure there'll be some projects that just include these designs and are part of a project bid, let's say. But there's going to be a number of these ideas or projects that are annual concerns or maybe individual projects themselves. And I think that's been described as potentially coming out of the CIP and what we call citywide safety projects. Is that accurate to say?
Bob Stubbe, Public Works. So there's no question about it that for years, Public Works has been involved in a number of projects that have been identified as being safety projects. And so there's a significant amount of money that's available to the city that's federal money. And traditionally, typical type of federal aid projects have an 80-20 match. So it's 80% federal, 20% other organization match, city match in this particular case. Highway safety improvement projects are something that provides a higher level of federal support, typically 90% and 10%. So the action plan is something that allows for everybody within the city to be involved, not just specifically Public Works. And so when you start looking at projects that are done, yes, that's something that comes from us, but there's other components that actually utilize other departments within the city. And so it's a collaboration of others. And so, yes, we do have money within the capital improvement project program. We do have projects that are identified, and we will continue to try to ask for federal funding associated with those types of projects.
And I believe in that particular category that is transportation bonds and largely federal grants is about $1.8 million per year. It would be my impression that that's something we'll have to look at this next budget cycle, is to really make progress on such a large plan with so many different priorities touching every part of the city. I think Mayor, administration, and council will need to take a look at that and see what we can do to accelerate some of these projects with additional funding. That was my point in asking that question, and I agree it's a combination of lots of things, public and private projects, I'm sure, but for the city's participation, I think that's something we'll need to be doing. Thank you. I'll recognize Mr. Harding in the queue next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jay, can I have you come up, please? Thanks. Couple things. One, and I think someone else said it too, and you know, how can someone be against, you know, safer streets and speeds and making sure people are safe users? And I agree with that. And I want to support this. There are a couple of items that I do have some questions about. One was going to be funding, but I will ask a little bit more of that in a minute. But one of the things, and so when we first were briefed on this, I'm going to guess 6 months ago, maybe you can correct me if I'm incorrect, but I think it was somewhere around that time frame. And we had a lot of conversation about the word equity. And last week in our briefing on the final document, we had conversation about equity. And you had even mentioned, I think after that first briefing, that some attention to editing and maybe refining and even removal in some areas of that were taken into consideration in the final document. Then I note here today that you know, the mayor mentioned that very upfront in her comments too about equity meaning accessibility. And I note too that, and I think this is what's really important, is that, and I think that's what we should really be focusing on, is that this is data-driven material. It doesn't matter who you are, where you live, what you do. It is data-driven information based upon activities or incidences or accidents or crashes. We're not calling them accidents. I read it. To make sure that that we take that information and prioritize the needs based upon the data. And I mean, if I you know, I know we had the 7 guiding principles and then the 8 focus areas. But if I read like on all modes of transportation, eliminating traffic deaths for people walking, biking, accessing transit, and driving, no problem with that, right? Or data-driven solutions, following industry best practices, evidence-based solutions, and local data analysis, no problem with that. On equity, focusing on safety solutions prioritized to the areas of greatest need to ensure safe access is available to everyone, no problem with that, right? Although I left out a word in that. My point is, this should be based upon data. And we talked about there are areas of town, or older areas of town certainly, where there are those probably in greater areas of need that were developed at a time when some of the technologies and some of the science and some of the engineering and some of the knowledge wasn't really available or had been produced or thought of at that time. And I think as we see, and someone also mentioned too, that now that in our areas of growth, we have the opportunity, and those areas of growth don't just necessarily mean in the suburbs of Omaha, but in our inner city when we're talking about doing streetcars and bike lanes and things like of that nature. We have more information and more science and more thought about implementing some of those things. So again, I think these all should be data driven. And that's my point. And I think I'll close with, just to, I guess, belabor the point a little bit. I think I asked, and I probably, Jeff, again, I'll publicly apologize to you. I kind of jumped on you when the words came out, but it was said, I think we can agree, it was said at that time, in both 6 months ago and last week, that part of the reason for having those words in there is to qualify for federal funds, right?
I would say that the word equity and equity as a guiding principle is in the plan because that was what was identified by the Technical Advisory Committee and the public as one of the priorities. But to your point, a lot of the funding coming out of the current administration and bipartisan infrastructure law focuses on safety and also equity.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say that it's in the plan to qualify for federal funding, but I would say its presence in the plan does help that ability to qualify for that federal funding.
I appreciate you acknowledging that. Thank you. Okay, that's all I had, but thank you, and thanks for being here, and thanks too to Tim and Jeff. I don't know if you're going to make any comments today, but thanks for being here as well too. So let me, if I could, let me ask a little bit. I know Council President Festerson just asked a little bit about the funding, but with 117 projects already identified in this plan, and again, I want to reemphasize too that this is a plan. It's kind of like the Housing Action Affordable Action Housing Plan that now it needs to have an implementation stage, and that's sorry about the pun, but that's where the rubber meets the road. So we need to figure out what the cost is and how those are going to be paid for, because we want to give the citizens of Omaha a realistic expectation of when these things are going to happen, because it will take time. And I agree. I think to have the goal, and I know the mayor has said it before, I don't think she said it today, but is zero realistically attainable? Maybe not, but we're going to do all we can and use our best efforts to get as low as we can. But so I guess I'll start with either Mr. Stubbe or I guess I'll start with Mr. Stubbe. On the 117 projects that have already been identified, do we have kind of a budget as to when some of that work can begin and how that work is going to be funded?
Bob Stubbe, Public Works. So again, is that there is already funding that's included in the CIP, and I think one of the presenters indicated is that that's something that we do all the time. So any type of project that we do, whether it's a federal aid project or not, there's components within that particular project that look at safety. Whether it's in improving an intersection or widening a street, all of those things incorporate some component of addressing safety. And so when you look at, for example, an old county road section, I'll use 168th Street right now that's under construction that goes from West Center Road south to Q Street. That was an old county road section. It had a lot of potential issues associated with that particular location. So the multiple millions of dollars that we're putting into that particular project incorporates a lot of improvements that addresses safety. It makes it a safer corridor for everybody using it, whether it's people that are driving their car, whether it's commerce, whether it's people riding their bikes, or whether it is people walking. That type of project, even though it might not be listed in here, incorporates safety improvements. And as I indicated with the question by Council President Festerson, is that we currently have funding within the CIP that we use all the time. It's kind of a blanket area that we identify funding for safety-related type of projects. And so I'll use an example of a intersection improvement. And I know some of these projects potentially get pushback from property owners because they believe that they're affected by it. A perfect example, one of the intersection that was probably one of the higher rated intersection from the standpoint of accidents was 132nd and West Center. We got federal funding. It was at a high, very high benefit cost ratio. And I think if people drive that particular location today, they will recognize how safe it is in comparison to what it was previously. So it is something that we have in the queue. City Traffic has put together a number of locations along with our design division to identify other locations that potentially could be improved. It's just a process that we have to go through, whether it's asking for federal funds at the state level or whether it's something that we will go through the actual CIP process to identify as being a priority project location. Obviously, the plan has priorities, and those are things that we'll have to take a look at moving forward with development of the CIP.
Okay, thanks. And it was also mentioned too that, I mean, this obviously will be expensive to implement and to fully implement. And we will need to rely on many sources of funding. And I think Council President Festerson even mentioned something about public-private partnerships, which will be extremely important too. And I'll give an example of that. And this is something that I've tried to remind myself to do this, and I forgot. But on the 30% drawings that's the stage we're at now for the streetcar. I don't know if that includes the separated bike lane, the elevated. I think it's an elevated separated bike lane that would be kind of, if you will, kind of the Cadillac of design for those modes of transportation on the same road, if you will. And it is an expensive proposition, but that's also something that's going to have to be weighed into the formula or the decision-making processes as how we go forward on these projects. Is there will be, and I know that the math is in here because we talked about this too last week, the cost to benefit ratio is, the math is in here, is that not everything is going to be done, you know, to the highest degree, or there's a cost involved with it, and there's a cost benefit analysis that will have to be utilized and looked at when we're looking at these items. So we need to make sure that we are investigating all those areas of potential funding sources. And as Mr. Stubbe indicated, we already do that in our projects, but sometimes we're going to have to make, you know, some of those value engineering decisions as we make these decisions. So I do support this, and I like the Housing Action and Affordability Plan. I would have made some edits to it, but I'm not going to offer any amendments to that today because I think I know where they will go. But I'll close. Actually, I'll close with two things. I'll mention the movie Soylent Green was brought up, and I gotta say, I just saw Soylent Green. It was back on TMC about 2 weeks ago, and it's a great movie. And if you remember the ending, Soylent Green is made of people. Charlton Heston, and I think it was Edward G. Robinson's, one of his last films. Just a classic. You go back and look at it. It doesn't look like it would be a classic, but it is. And the last thing is, I had forgotten the mayor had issued an executive order to form the committee to investigate Vision Zero, and I wish maybe at that time we would have offered up a resolution to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melton. You're recognized.
Thank you. I can't say I vaguely remember Soylent Green. I do have to say, though, that regardless of anything I came across, whether I liked or disliked it in the Vision Zero, Soylent Green didn't pop into my mind. So I just want to let you know. You know, I appreciate, Councilman Harding, the questions you asked, because I think you answered a lot of the questions that I have. I do believe that the word equity is a buzzword that now is just used for everything. And I think that's the problem. Now, and we see that about every 10 years there's a new word. We have sustainability. It just gets used for everything. You got to think about what is the real meaning. So I guess what I appreciated was Mayor Stothard and Jay and Jeff really clarifying this is what we mean. We mean we have to list our priorities using the data so that the people and the roads that are most affected are done first. I mean, that, and to me, I guess you don't have to actually call it equity. I think you do call it common sense. Like, I mean, that's just common sense. And what has happened is, I would say, and I'm not sure if somebody wants to put a road on it, but when I look at it, if you look at east of actually even 114th Street, east of 114th versus west of 114th, well, we didn't start requiring developments to put in curb cuts and sewers and sidewalks into neighborhoods until, I don't know, late 70s, early 80s, Mr. Fanzaw. Not that you were in grade school at that time probably with me, but if you recall, was it around the late 70s when they started requiring developers to do that? The reason I'm saying that is I live just kind of west of the 114th. My house was built in like 1980, and the neighborhood was required to have the sidewalks and curb cuts. But it seems to me that the neighborhoods east of 114th weren't necessarily required to have it.
Yeah, Dave Fanzaw, City Planning. I don't remember the exact time in our history, but yeah, we learned from those, I won't call them mistakes, but a different way of looking at how to develop the city and a traffic management plan, which included sidewalks.
So I would say that the reason that we're gonna have more safety issues east of 114th was because the age and maybe things that we've learned. So as we went west, we learned more and you would require more. And so now I think we do need to go back and we need to prioritize all of those streets on the eastern end of our city. But what I like about this plan is, like President Festerson said, we have some high fatality intersections out in West Omaha. And so those are more in the intersection pieces. I mean, West Center, 132nd West Center, I think was rated one of the highest, and I think almost like highest in the nation. I mean, we were right up there with, when you talked about number of fatalities and accidents, 132nd Center ranked right up there. We didn't need Vision Zero in place to identify that and then fix it. So I support Vision Zero, but what I want to say is the city of Omaha has been focusing on prioritizing the intersections and the streets that need to be prioritized, putting safety first. And I appreciate that. What I think this does, and Mr. Everson, if you're here, would you mind coming up, Tom?
I'll tell you if I mind once I get up.
Well, yeah, I don't mind.
Too late.
Too late, Tom. No, actually, I think you and I met, it was 9 to 10 years ago, because it was just after I came onto council. And I want to say one of the reasons I got in contact with you, somebody put me in contact with you because I had so many complaints about speeding. One of the biggest complaints that I get from my neighborhoods, from the neighborhood groups. And, you know, I would call and do my hot spots every month for enforcement, but you can only do so many hot spots. Omaha police can only sit at so many intersections in the city of Omaha. And after I met with you, you told me, Amy, you can't fix speeding with enforcement. You're not gonna stop speeding with just enforcement. And I said, well, Tom, how do we do this? And you said, you have to change people's mindsets. So 10 years later, what I think and what I hope, and I'm really glad that you were a part of this group, because what I hope with Vision Zero, not that we have priorities and recommendations, but I hope by doing this, we're gonna change people's mindsets. Is that still kind of remain true? And is that one of the most important kind of pieces? We're gonna take action, but we need to change how people think.
Well, I think you know, for me, from the point of view of education and engagement, it's incredibly important to get people engaged at a grassroots level, and recognizing that, you know, it's going back to the old Pogo comic strip, which some of us may be familiar with. You know, we have met the enemy, and it is us. You know, when we look in the mirror through our behaviors, are we being part of the problem or part of the solution? And, people being people, and that's been brought up, people are going to make errors. I'm certainly not the perfect driver and probably never will be. I mean, hopefully by virtue of just practice, because I think even with all of the infrastructure that can be addressed, that still we have to operate within that infrastructure. And that comes down to behaviors. And so for me, it's important, and it is in the plan, that education is a part of this, and education is ongoing. I mean, to me, it's as simple as looking at parenting and having a 2-year-old that you teach to say please and thank you, and when they're going out the door at 16, you're still reminding them to mind their manners. Why? Because it's a process. And this will be a process not only from an engineering standpoint, but I think from a community standpoint of how it is that we're working to engage the community in helping this to happen through our everyday actions.
And I appreciate that, because your focus has been on reducing fatalities and injuries for everyone. I mean, for cars, pedestrians, and bikes, and that's been your mission for how many years?
Well, this is our 25th anniversary year. So,
Drive 25
yeah.
and your 25th anniversary. Well, what I'm really hoping is that when Councilman Harding talked about partnerships, the partnership that we've had with Keep Kids Alive Drive 25, which is gone international, and we're just fortunate enough to have you here in Omaha who started it. So Omaha is very, very fortunate to have your experience and your kind of care, concern, and recommendations, and your participation in Vision Zero, I think, was extremely important. And so I thank you for that, because I've continued to lean on you for advice, and how do I advise people in my neighborhoods in regards to speeding and traffic, and will this speed bump help, right? One of the things you kind of informed me, but how fast were they going before the speed bump, and then how fast are they going after they went over it, because they want to make up the time after they went over, and you tend to find people start going faster. And so really what I want to try and do is look at what really helps. And sometimes the things we think will help don't necessarily do so. And so I really appreciate your input on this, and the time that you've spent over the last 25 years. This has been your focus. So I'm really glad that we were able to take the time to put something like this in place, and we continue to get your expertise in doing it. So, look, I didn't call you up to put you through the ringer, Tom.
Well, thank you. And given the number of communities, because I've worked with over 1,700 communities in 49 states over the last 25 years, there's been a lot of learning in that process that my hope is to bring here home to Omaha as this all plays out. So thank you.
Yeah, and when I talk about that education, it's you helping to educate us, and then kind of going from there. But even going to neighborhoods and talking about it, I think is very, very helpful. So I think to me, that's one of the most important pieces in this Vision Zero. So
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And that's why, we could go through here and we could nitpick little things in here, but the bottom line is safety, public safety, pedestrian safety. I mean, how many times if you turn on the news and you hear that a pedestrian was hit, or a beloved doctor was hit riding his bicycle, right? All of us have been touched in some way by somebody who's been in a car accident or car crash, a pedestrian who's been hit, bicyclist, any of those. We've all been touched by that. And I don't know how we could say that, I think we should just keep on doing exactly what we're doing and not even try to make improvements. I guess the one thing I would ask for, we talked a lot about CIP projects, but Mr. Stubbe, like some of the things that I think we could kind of implement that aren't huge expenses are sometimes things like the speed signs and things like that. So are we going to continue to look into, I don't know if my microphone's working, are we going to continue to look into maybe some of those less expensive modes of being able to implement those for safety?
So Bob Stubbe, Public Works. So I guess I would ask Jay to probably come up, because once again, he's shaking his head up and down, and I agree with him shaking his head up and down, because that is a strategy I think that's included within the plan.
Yeah, Jay Aber with WSP. The speed feedback signs,
right.
I think is what you're referring to, that show the speed as you drive by it. Yeah, OPD has speed feedback signs. Public Works also has speed feedback signs that are being deployed around the city. The continued use of those and the expanded
Right, I
use
think
of those is
expanded use of those so that we can, I know I just got one for neighborhood out west. They appreciated it, and I think one of the things is not having the same thing all the time is what Tom Everson has said. You need to change it up sometimes so that people are actually noticing it. Like when you put the Keep Kids Alive Drive 25 yellow signs out when the kids are playing, they're not always there, so people tend to notice them. So I also think through this, that whole education piece of letting individuals know maybe what they can do, how they can work with the city on, less expensive things that we can do to try and help keep our kids safe and notify drivers. Just sometimes you're running late for work, you're the mom running late for your kids for soccer practice, and your foot's going a little fast. You know what? When you see that, sometimes you'll stop and look, and it'll cause you to slow down. It's, again, what are things that we can do to change a driver's mindset and make them more aware of what they're doing and those around them. So I appreciate that, and that's what I wanted to make sure that we're looking at a lot of the big things, but there's a lot of little things that we can start doing today and tomorrow.
absolutely. I think that's a key part of Vision Zero, and we talked about this being a holistic approach, and it really is all of these things. It's low cost, quick implementation countermeasures. It's long-term, high-cost projects and everything in between. So you're absolutely right.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your work. I have nothing further, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bagley.
Thanks, Mr. President. I know the advisory committee, a lot of them are here today. Matt up in Blackstone, the great work you did when I got on the council, educating me on traffic safety issues. Trility, I know I knocked at your door when I was campaigning and it was kind of cold out. And that's where I first got educated on the Vision Zero plan, dove into it, started educating myself on it. And all the work that has been done, Benny was here, I think he left to go ride his bike because it's still nice outside. But all the work that's been put into this, it just doesn't happen overnight. And now we're here today on the Vision Zero action plan. It's a culmination of all those things. And I won't go over all the things we've touched on in this meeting today, but it's important. It's a tool to go for that goal of zero traffic deaths and also pedestrian safety, traffic safety. Council President Fesserson mentioned speed enforcement, all the tools we have with that. Those are calls we get daily. The speed signs that Councilmember Melton was referring to, one of those is in my district now. It was in my district last month to monitor traffic. So all these great tools that the city has coming together with this plan today that I'm glad to support. I will say that, Larry, there's not a lot of things that you and I agree on, but and I listened to you, you said that you can't regulate common sense, and I do agree with that. But Tom mentioned it, and Councilmember Melton, that we can educate and engage people. And that's part of what this plan is to correct people's driving habits, to make them safer. And it is not an easy thing to do, but this plan, as we go forward, that I'm supporting today, this is a big piece of that. So I appreciate all the work that people have put in, and Jeff, you're gonna have your work cut out. And I look forward to continued briefings in our Public Works Committee monthly, and the consultants did a great job. So thanks everybody for the work you put forward here today. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I forgot one item, and it was to respond to some emails that brought this issue up. I want people to understand that this is not a plan to force reduction or elimination of autos. It's really, I mean, what we're doing is we're trying to come up with a plan that's data-driven, based upon that data to work on solutions, for all forms of transportation to work together. So I just wanted to make sure I address that because I did get some emails on that.
Thank you. If there's no further lights, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve in a second. And before I call roll call, I'll just say thanks everyone for their testimony here today. And it was truly an impressive group of stakeholders that brought this plan to us today. And I hope you all stay engaged as we move towards implementation. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you. We'll give it 1 minute while folks maybe head for the exit there before we go back to our original agenda, which will be starting with number 6. Okay.
Item 6, to consider a liquor license addition application for El Muchacho Alegre Authentic Mexican Cuisine located at 6222 North 72nd Street to add an L-shaped outdoor area.
The public hearing and vote on number 6 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, I'm here to represent Muchacho Alegre Authentic Mexican Cuisine on 6222 North 72nd Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm here to respond to any questions.
Thank you. And your name and address, please?
Delfino Santos on 6222 North 72nd Street.
Thanks. Any other proponents on number 6? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Council members, this is in my district in the Sorensen Park Plaza, and I'd be supportive of this application. Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 7, to consider a Class C liquor license for the Lazy Leopard located at 3618 Farnham Street, Suite A.
Public hearing and vote on number 7 is today. We have the applicant by Zoom. Nate, we'll get you off mute here in a second. All right, try that.
Hello?
Yep. Name and address, please.
Nate Haymooley, 3618 Street, Farnham, Omaha, Nebraska, 68131.
Okay, just here to answer questions, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 7? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion a second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Item 8, to consider a Class C liquor license for Flicks Lounge located at 1015-1019 South 10th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 8 is today. Proponents, please.
Joey Kumston, 2915 Bancroft Street. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 9, to consider a Class I liquor license for Action Burger located at 225 North 12th Street, Suite 130.
Public hearing and vote on number 9 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, my name is Matt Halligan. I own Action Burger. I live at 16173 Capitol Ave. I'm here to answer any questions you guys might have.
Great. Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. Hi there, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. How about you?
Good. Can you give me a day in the life at your restaurant there?
Oh, geez. I wish it was a little bit busier personally, but right now it's come in at 10, we go in and get everything all prepped, you know, get all the chairs down, make sure that any food that needs to be prepped, it's ready for us to open, turn all the equipment on, and then I get to go over and flip the open sign. Then I get to wait as everybody piles in.
Oh, wow. And what will your hours of operation be?
So for Action Burger, we're going to be open from 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. That's Sunday through Thursday, and then from 11 a.m. until midnight on Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
To kind of service that Capital District area, especially the nightlife.
Great. Have you did any analysis on what economic impact you will have with this addition for the liquor license?
Oh boy, I wouldn't say so actually. I'm optimistic, but I don't know if that counts for much.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I mean, so really, for our perspective, you know, and I know that Ms. Johnson knows that I own Frank's also, so that's another restaurant right across the street. And so we don't really move as much beer around there as I had thought we would have. For the Action Burger place, the biggest reason why we want to have the liquor is for boozy shakes, so that we can have like a shake with Kahlua or some kind of liquor in it to kind of give people a different experience.
Oh, okay. So you're introducing something new to the market.
I hope so.
All right. I've seen what you've done at Frank's. I'm in full support of this. I move to accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Rowe, Bagley, Harding, Hug, Johnson, Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 10, to consider a liquor license change of location application for Eat the Worm to relocate to 1217 Howard Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 10 is today. Proponents, please.
Council members. My name is Lance Wang. I'm the president. Address is 1217 Howard Street, Omaha, Nebraska 68102. I'm here to answer any questions, comments, or concerns you may have. Been in the business and the market for about 2 decades now. I started when I was younger. I know some of you and some new faces up here for sure.
Thank you. Any other proponents today?
Holly Barrett, Downtown Improvement District, 1620 Dodge Street, Suite 120. We're here today. My security committee has met about this issue, and we are here to make sure that everybody hears that we are supporting the change of the liquor license from the old location to the new location. They ended up having to move through no fault of their own, and we are very excited that they are moving into another very nearby space that has been empty for a few months now due to some COVID struggles and so on and so forth. So we're really excited. This is also one of our high volume bars, and I know Councilman Begley, as the council member of the district, you had received a couple of concerns. It sounds to me like the folks that are concerned about general noise and crowds, and I would say while that can be uncomfortable for some people, the Downtown Improvement District really sees that as a bustling nightlife, and that it's an economic driver, and it's actually something to be celebrated as opposed to discouraged. So we're not seeing any acts of violence at this point coming from the crowds and the noise. No high volume bar is ever going to go unscathed from that. But Eat the Worm has been a member of the family for 20 years, and we're really happy that they have been able to find a space and as quickly as they were. So we fully support it and here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Other proponents on number 10?
Luis Jimenez, 279 Dewey Avenue. I'm glad that Eat the Worm has found a new venue. As you can tell, there's support for Eat the Worm. I actually got my friend Ford to like going there for the food. He's sober, been sober for 2 decades or more, and I can get him to go there to eat burritos or tacos or taquitos, and I enjoy a margarita, house margarita. So that and then all of a sudden it got shut down for long-standing issues, not because of the business. The business is great for the old market, and once this restaurant, this venue is up and running, I'm gonna get Ford back here, and we can have our discussions there again. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Bagley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Lance, are you
Yes.
back there?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad.
Thanks for coming down, and I appreciated the email that, is Natalie your wife? I
She
gather?
is,
Okay. She sent that email, and I got you in contact with the Downtown Improvement District and Jill Panzer at the Old Market Neighborhood Association. And in talking to them, as Holly mentioned today, that we're really glad that you're staying in the Old Market, you're moving a couple doors to the west, in the old Monster location, correct?
That's correct.
For those keeping track at home
Yes.
where that address is. So I'm glad to support this today, and I appreciate your commitment to the Old Market. And I wish you nothing but success and continued success, and I'll look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that a motion? Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 11, a resolution to approve the Westwood Heights 15th Edition Replat 5 Final Plat located southwest of 129th Avenue and West Center Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 11 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Kyle Hazy with the ENA Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road, representing the applicant. Make myself available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 12 and 13 can be considered together for Progressive Protein located northwest and southwest of 26 and O Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 12, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 13, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow meat packing and related industries in the HI district.
Public hearing and vote on items 12 and 13 are today. Proponents, please.
Derek Brawl from Fraser Stryker Law Firm, 409 South 17th Street, Suite 500, here today on behalf of Progressive Protein to answer any questions you might have. I'm also here with Kevin Sass from SEH Engineers, who prepared the plat documents, and he can answer questions about those.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion a second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Items 14 through 16 can be considered together for Ida Point West, located northwest of 196th Street and Stone Avenue. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 14, an ordinance to rezone this property from AG District to R5 District. Item 15, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 16, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
Public hearings and votes on items 14, 15, and 16 are today. Proponents, please.
Hello, I'm Caleb Van Wilden with Lamper and Earson, 147-110 West Dodge Road. I am here on behalf of the applicant and available for any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearings closed. Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Items 17 through 20 can be considered together for bungalows on Honeysuckle located at 1999 Veterans Drive. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 17, an ordinance to rezone this property from DR District to R6 District. Item 18, an ordinance to approve a PUD overlay district. Item 19, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 20, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
Public hearing and vote on items 17 through 20 are today. Proponents, please.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council, Larry Jobin, 1440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. With me today is Barb Terry of Lamper and Earson, the consulting engineers on this particular project. We're simply here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 21 through 27 can be considered together for Marysville Replat 3, located northwest of 24th and Pratt Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 21, an ordinance to rezone this property from R5 District and R7 District to R5 District. Item 22, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the ACI 1 overlay district to incorporate this property into that district. Item 23, an ordinance to approve a PUR overlay district. Items 24 and 25, resolutions to approve the preliminary plat and final plat. Item 26, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement. Item 27, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow a recreational club in the R5 ACI 1 district.
Public hearing and votes on items 21 through 27 are today. Proponents, please.
Lieutenant Marcia for the Salvation Army at 2424 Pratt Street. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for your work on behalf of our community and for this opportunity to present the north 24th Street Community Center project. The project before you represents a generational opportunity for the Salvation Army and North Omaha. We are adding 29,000 square feet of new construction and 14,000 square feet of renovated space. Our goal is that this will be a modern facility in the heart of the North 24th Street corridor, creating a pathway of hope for future generations of youth, family, and persons in need. The state-of-the-art center plan before you today will positively impact more than twice as many neighborhood youth, families, and senior citizens. Most of the people we serve there are among the most vulnerable members in our community. Some of the key focus areas that we will have, private and supportive setting casework management, access to educational resources for traditional students, parents, and others, access to advanced technology and training that will bridge the digital gap while providing new resources for North Omaha entrepreneurs and businesses, health and wellness opportunities for the entire community, increased youth and family engagement with special programs, continued expanding access as needed to fresh food and meals and other basic needs. All of this is possible because the Salvation Army's ability to rehabilitate individuals and communities by helping people in economic distress. Our many years of building trust in that neighborhood, and we want to continue to do that. And Omaha's visionary donor community, which has already donated multiple millions of dollars to support this initiative. And like us, they believe in and work toward a better future for all. And we hope that you agree with what we're planning to do on North 24th.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today?
Major Dan Sacco, 17055 Burt Street, Omaha. Just here to answer any questions if you might have any.
Thank you. Other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, the Salvation Army has been in this area for decades, and they have been a long-standing supporter of this community. As they've already mentioned, they are available to provide services for individuals that oftentimes find themselves needing additional support. This plan that we have in terms of rebuilding and offering more services is incredible, and I just have this huge question, which is, do we have a rendering of this new facility available to display to our community?
Speak to that. Ryan Heyer, Tech Architects, 2922 North 61st Street, 68104. Yes, we do. We have several renderings. We are happy to provide those. Don't have any with me today, unfortunately. But yes, I can make those available.
If you would, please. It would have been really nice if we could have had them available now,
You
so
bet.
that those in the audience could see them, as well as those that perhaps are on Zoom. But
Perfect.
yeah, I've seen them, and I'm very impressed with what you are presenting to the community, and I'm in complete support of this initiative.
Great. Thank you very much.
I move that this is adopted.
Motion a second to adopt. No further lights. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Harding abstains. Item 28, an ordinance to rezone property located northwest of 30th Street and Fowler Avenue from GC District to CC District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communication opposition.
This item was postponed from the October 31st meeting. The vote is today. Are there any further lights or a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion a second to approve. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
I really appreciate Councilwoman Ms. Melton making a motion to approve in my district. I really appreciate the number of support. Pardon me?
This is number 28.
Yeah. This is number 28.
through 34.
Just 28 for now.
Oh.
Yep.
Sorry about that. I thought we were doing the whole consent agenda. If you would like, I'll remove my motion and let you make it, and then I'll second it.
I would, because I would like to be respected for my position. Thank you.
So do you want to make the motion?
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So Ms. Johnson, is it a motion to approve?
Second.
Yes, motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve by Johnson, second by Melton. No further lights. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 20, did you want to move up?
Yeah, without objection, we're going to bring up item number 69 at the same time as number 29, since they're the same topic. We'll have the same public hearing, even though those two items would require separate votes. Madam Clerk.
Item 29, an ordinance to approve an amendment to the land use element of the city's master plan regarding the Walnut Hill neighborhood. And item 69 is a resolution to approve the Walnut Hill neighborhood plan. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Thank you. Public hearing and votes on numbers 29 and 69 are today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Council. My name is Christian Gray. I'm with Income and Community Development. My address is 1134 South 30th Avenue. I'm here in support of the plan as a partner in the plan's formation. This is Incom's second plan. We initially built one in Park Avenue. This is ours, our work in Walnut Hill. What's so important about this plan is that we build it in close proximity with the neighbors. In fact, this is a neighbor-led plan orchestrated by a council of neighbors who are called out into their different districts of the community to receive feedback. Today, although we're very excited about the plan receiving support from the council, we'd like to do a layover for another couple meetings, maybe the first meeting in December. Received a phone call today with some questions about the intersection between the plan, the Park Avenue neighborhood plan, or the Walnut Hill neighborhood plan, and the zoning piece that was in the plan as a background information. Seems that those two pieces have become a little bit confusing, playing off each other, so we'd like a little bit of time to make sure that everybody's clear between the difference between the Walnut Hill plan and the zoning plan. So I'm also here for additional comments or questions. We have a number of people who are interested in supporting the proposal today as well.
Thank you. So as the applicant, you're requesting a layover, which would probably be to December 5th. That's our next meeting?
That'd be great, yep.
Okay, thank you. Since it is public hearing today, even though there's been a request to lay over by the applicant, and that may be something the council will honor, we'll continue with public hearing to see if there's folks that are here today to address this item that want to speak. So other proponents on numbers 29 and 69.
Yeah, Eric England, Omaha Planning Department. So I'm here in twofold capacity to support the neighborhood plan. There's been a long process by Incommon and the community, and the city has been involved much of this year, 2023. So that involves staff from Planning, Public Works, and Parks Department, and reviewing the neighborhood plan and providing feedback and commentary. The neighborhood plan does not become a part of the master plan. It does not commit the city to any funding. It's a community-led effort that we are recognizing and in support of that document. But with that opportunity and taking a further detailed look at that area, the city did take the opportunity to propose an amendment to the future land use element of the master plan. So that is specifically agenda item number 29, whereas the neighborhood plan is 69. Based on the request for the layover, I would do the same for the land use amendment. I do think that they should go along side by side, even though they are not specifically tied together. They are definitely related, and for people that come down to comment on either one of them, they should have the opportunity for both. I do just want to point out, though, the amendment to the master plan does not change anybody's zoning. So I know there were some letters that City Council had received in the past day or two that there was a lot of commentary about changing zoning. That is not true at all. Okay, so it's a designation on the map, and I have exhibits if anybody wants to see it or have questions of what the current map proposes for the land use categories, as well as what those amended changes would be. So, we just take the opportunity, because there's been so much effort and time in looking at the neighborhood plan, that we think it's beneficial to update the master plan whenever we can. So I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today?
Kent McCrimmon, reside at 3202 Lincoln Boulevard. I am also a community organizer with In Common. My primary focus is in the Park Avenue neighborhood, where I've had the chance to work with the neighborhood plan. So I'm here today in support of the Walnut Hill neighborhood plan because I've seen the effectiveness of a neighborhood plan for Park Avenue. This past year, we had the opportunity to install Omaha's first public mini pitch in Hanscom Park. I know Councilman Begley was there to celebrate with that, and the Director of Parks, Matt, was there as well. So we're looking forward to I really see the neighborhood plan as a tool for neighbors to use to identify projects and ideas that can really bring neighbors together and accomplish projects that are going to increase public spaces, that will bring people together and really continue to build on the strength that is already present in Walnut Hill. I've been in Omaha for 10 years from Denver originally. I've always lived around the Walnut Hill area and have just loved the people that I've interacted with there and see this plan as an opportunity to continue to bring neighbors together. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Cresswell, 4026 Lafayette. I am president of the Walnut Hill Neighborhood Association. I'm here to ask for a layover for agenda item 29 and hopefully 69 to give Walnut Hill and the surrounding neighborhoods an opportunity to come together within common and city planning to better understand how this is the effect of the rezoning, if it's rezoning or not. People are very confused. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Hello, my name is Ismail. I live in 1916 North 36th Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68111. That is around the Walnut Hill neighborhood. I also work around 40th and Hamilton in the community center in Common, and I'm here for the support of the Walnut Hill neighborhood plan.
Thank you. Other proponents?
My name is Phil McKeown. My office is at 4229 Lafayette. I'm the largest landowner in Walnut Hill, and I heard about this about 30 days ago. They say they've been, we need to work on some stuff. What do we need to work on? We're industrial. We have 10-year leases. We have 7 or 8 acres of industrial land. We pay $50,000 in taxes every year. We did not hear this whole thing about, well, we've worked with the community, but you wouldn't check in with the largest landowner. So we've got some things we're going to need to work out. And this whole thing, so much of my land is in the, it's not now, but I don't know when. But I have a lot of land that is now zoned residential that used to be, like yesterday was zoned. If you vote for it, it's not, you know, they say, well, when is it going to come? So we got to get with city planning and find out, well, what do you mean by that? My son wanted to stay there 50 more years. And we can work it out. It's not like you can't, you know, but it was a classic industrial area. And it might be time to move it to something else. But we need, you know, we need to know about it. It's scary. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents that want to speak today?
Hello, my name is Mary Royers. I'm a resident of 3803 Seward Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68111. I live in Walnut Hill, and I'm here today to show my support of the Walnut Hill Neighborhood Plan. In our home, we have been contacted early and often by In Common, not just to receive information, but mostly through their door knocking and their flyers to learn about what we as members of the community want for our neighborhood. So through In Common, we feel seen. We're able to walk to their building on 40th and Hamilton with our fellow neighbors to attend meetings and events where we could get updates, express concerns, problem solve, and share ideas together. It would be hard to refute that Walnut Hill is a special neighborhood, a pocket of the city with rich history, cultural, linguistic diversity, and neighbors who truly care. I am proud to live in Walnut Hill and knowing that the neighborhood plan will not seek to change the makeup of our neighborhood, but to empower and amplify all residents in connecting nonprofits, parks, and other key neighbors to make ideas for the residents of Walnut Park a reality. Every step of the neighborhood project has involved our neighbors, and it consistently feels like our voices are heard and elevated. I wholeheartedly support this neighborhood plan and look forward to it coming into fruition, not just for our neighborhood, but for the positive implications of the surrounding community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other proponents today?
My name is Francisco Abrego. I'm with Paco's Auto Body on 42nd and Hamilton, 4208 Hamilton Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68131. And we just had the layover about the zoning or changing of a zoning thing. So we need some more time to clarify things that are kind of confusing at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other proponents?
My name is Stephen Matthews, 3803 Seward Street, 68111. I'm in support of the neighborhood plan. I moved to Omaha in June of 2022 from the west side of Dayton, Ohio. Not to use buzzwords, but it did suffer from, that side of town suffered from diversity and financial equity issues. I was part of a neighborhood plan there, and there was a lot of issues kind of getting it up and running and actually implementing it within the neighborhood. But from moving to the Walnut Hill area, which is where I currently reside, I found a lot of support within the Walnut Hill community, in common in particular. And a lot of the groundwork for the plan was deeply involved with neighborhoods, ready and willing of it to be available. It's a great example of a very granular, simple plan that can lay a lot of groundwork. A lot of the same recommendations in the plan have been done in like the Dundee or even Bemis Park area, and it's shown great success, so definitely a recommendation of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents?
Hello, I'm Carla Ocarina. I live at 1316 North 42nd Street in Walnut Hill. I am okay with the community development plan of the program. In Common has done a great job on 40th and Hamilton Street. It's marvelous what they've done. When we had our initial meetings about this whole plan, I attended a neighborhood meeting. We talked about safety for children, transportation, affordable housing, street lights that are better. We talked about things that would enhance our community, our little community. And then I got this information with the proposal, and it was Walnut Hill is all for this. My name is on there, that I was in total agreement with this. And I never saw a proposal before it was presented, nothing. But my name is on there, like I agreed to it. I would have preferred to have somebody come to me and say, hey, here's what we're looking at doing. Why don't you read through this proposal and see what you think? Then when I would have seen the portion that talked about rezoning, big red flags would have gone up for me. I am a real estate agent, have been for almost 20 years, residential real estate. The idea of rezoning Walnut Hill for whatever future purpose would have raised big red flags to me. So this morning I took the opportunity to look at Walnut Hill within Douglas County and saw that there were 420 parcels combined of single-family homes, single-family residential, multifamily, commercial, industrial, church, school. City of Omaha owns 75 parcels of land in Walnut Hill. And what I found was that there are 95, so it seems according to Douglas County, single-family residential homes where the tax statement is going to that address. So we can assume they are owner-occupied properties. There are about 95 single-family homes where the tax statement is going to a different address. So we can kind of assume that that's probably a rental. So we have 95, how many that is, 190 properties. And then I looked up how many within Douglas County's assessor's page state multi-family family properties within Walnut Hill. There were 85 properties. That might range from 2 units to 20 units. But when you look at that, and a third, almost 1/3 of the 95, 95, and 85, almost 1/3 are multis, why would we need rezoning to bring in more of that? I believe that as a neighborhood, we have a lot of, we're more than the average neighborhood for apartment buildings and all of that. So like I said, when this proposal was made, my name was put on it as I was in agreement to it. I would have liked to have seen it in advance. Now that I know this is going on, I really desire that we give us a layover so we can investigate this more. I want to find out what is high density versus low density. What, if you're changing zoning from R4 to R5 to R6 to R7, I want to know that. And even though it's future down the road and it's not going to affect us right now, it will affect us. Walnut Hill has been, I've lived in my home, moved here from out of state 27 years ago. I'm in the same home, same Walnut Hill. We've seen major transformation go on. The limelight doesn't shine on Walnut Hill. We are not a neighborhood that is, we're forgotten, basically. We have been for years and years. But we're okay with that because our association is decent and strong. We're doing okay. It seems like whenever the reservoir, something comes up with the reservoir, then the Walnut Hill gets some limelight shown on them. It's not about Walnut Hill. It's usually about the reservoir. So I want to see the community development, and I want to see all of that. I'm okay with developing the reservoir. Don't rezone Walnut Hill into something for some future use that is not to our benefit. These demographics needed to be heard. You guys need to hear what our demographics are. And the idea that proposals would come into place that would bring more multifamily, more of that, I'm opposed to. So thank you for considering the layover. Greatly appreciate it. It will give us the time we need to do what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, opponent.
Good afternoon, Mary Minturn, 3416 Hawthorne Avenue in the Bemis Park neighborhood. I think you might want to clarify with Paco Abrego and Mr. McKeon if they were proponents or opponents. I think they maybe should clarify that with him. That's all I'll say about that.
Mm-hmm. And I don't want to discourage any more commentary or folks that want to speak today, but I'm pretty confident the request will be honored, that we will honor the request for a layover today and continue public hearings so folks can come back and have further comments too.
Okay, so you don't need any more public hearings. Is that what you were just saying?
You're welcome to, but I just want you to know that I think that's what's going to take place today, and we'll likely have an ongoing public hearing for further.
Yeah, I appreciate the in-common asking for a layover and the planning department being in agreement with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Mr. President, so we're going to have public hearing continue?
I think that'd be wise, but I'll leave that for your comments if you want to make that motion when we get to that. Other opponents that might want to speak today. Mr. Lindsay, welcome.
Dan Lindsay, 1024 Mercer Boulevard. I just have about a minute and a half of commentary. Hopefully it'll lead to some quality dialogue with proponents of this proposal. I first want to commend the work of InCommon and its facilitation of a steering committee to do this important planning. Living east of 40th Street, I just learned in the past couple months about the committee and its work. I commend the much needed master plan for the area between 40th Street and Saddle Creek that is in my lifetime has had an active railroad and the adjacent industrial and manufacturing focus. The railroad is long gone and the area deserves planning attention, subject to the property rights of the existing owners. Having done this good work, the master plan, future use plan map then jumps across to the east side of 40th Street to incorporate the Walnut Hill Reservoir and appears to designate it as office commercial. Development of the Walnut Hill Reservoir in the heart of the neighborhood is a major issue and I think is a distraction to the remainder of the thoughtful plan. Development of this 10-acre on the west end of the Walnut Hill Reservoir is really a separate matter, or at the very least has a much broader constituency than was represented for the last couple of years in this proposal. So I take issue with the statement of the proponents, gently, while true, but with respect to the Walnut Hill Reservoir, it did not engage the community most affected. The on-again, off-again nature of MUD declaring the property to be surplus is an issue that Mercer Park and Bemis Park residents, through its neighborhood association, have been both vigilant and concerned about for years. No one is more profoundly impacted by a Walnut Hill Reservoir redevelopment than me and my neighbors at Mercer Park. I live directly across the street from Nicholas Street from the Walnut Hill Reservoir in a micro neighborhood that has remained stable for well over 100 years through the ebb and flow of 20th century history, and also the resurgence of the surrounding area in recent years. All remain vital but vulnerable. I recognize that the land is no longer be a reservoir, but will be developed. The record I want to make here is that I asked the planning department and this council to make development of the Walnut Hill Reservoir a separate matter to give it the vetting and attention it deserves. And I ask InCommon in its capacity as sponsor to please communicate with all stakeholders going forward. I want to support whatever happens in Walnut Hill Reservoir land. This is not possible in an environment where we don't have information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, I'm not gonna close public hearing in case a council member would like to extend the public hearing with a layover. I'll recognize Ms. Johnson with her light on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I would like to extend the public hearing. Also, Eric, if you don't mind coming up.
Eric England, Planning Department.
Hi, thank you.
Hi.
I'm a little bit confused here on item number 29. The ordinance states an ordinance to approve an amendment to the land use of the city's master's plan regarding the Walnut Hill neighborhood located in an area.
Okay.
Did I not hear you correctly that this is not going to be an adjustment to the city's master plan?
The neighborhood plan, the Walnut Hill neighborhood plan, which is the 37-page document attached to number 69, is not an amendment to the city's master plan. Agenda item 29 is a change to the master plan, to the map that you have in your packet. This is the current future land use map within the city's master plan. Okay, so there are, as you're aware, there are general classifications: low density residential, high density residential, civic, office, commercial, industrial, and so on. Low density residential, as you're aware, is zoning up to R5, so typically 14.5 units per acre or less, whereas high density residential allows your more dense potential zoning districts, typically for apartments, R6, R7, R8, and then most of the other categories are pretty self-explanatory. So this is the current map. With the effort of the neighborhood plan, we felt that it was a proper time to do an update. So I can pull up a page that has the two comparisons side by side. That's probably the easiest. But generally, you're going to have some changes, mostly to the south of Hamilton Street. By and large, there's not much that is changing to the north of Hamilton, maybe a little bit in this area. The red is the office commercial. What I do want to point out, though, this map does not change anybody's zoning. Okay, so I'm going to put up the existing zoning which is in place, which is not on the agenda, and we are not changing anybody's zoning. Okay, so zoning does not always match with the future land use map that we have in the master plan. there's a lot of different zoning districts within the boundary. You have R4 and R5, you have GC, you have R7 and R8, you have much of the area here that's zoned GI for general industrial. So this existing zoning is not changing. We are not taking any zoning rights away from anybody, okay? People can continue to use their property how it's being used right now in the foreseeable future, or any other uses that are allowed within the base zoning district. Okay, so this is not changing. The master plan, anytime there is a development proposal, that comes to, city planning department in coordination with other departments, goes through the planning board, and of course before you, if there's a rezoning request or other type of request, the future land use map is one of the resources that we utilize, whether the city can support that development or redevelopment that most likely is requiring a zoning change. That's one of the main criteria. So looking ahead, you can see there is a change. We did designate the current industrial zone and continuing to remain industrial zone. We did designate that as potential high-density residential. But that doesn't mean that there will ever be any redevelopment of those properties. Like I said, we're not taking away the GI zoning. There's no intent to do that. One of the other changes is the MUD reservoir. It's currently shown as open space. Probably not the most appropriate designation. It's probably more of a civic designation, which should be blue, I would say. We are taking that and proposing that to go to office commercial. That land is currently owned by MUD. Okay, if they wish to sell off a portion or in pieces or in the entirety, that will be up to MUD. That is not the city. I think there would be some desire for them to have the city, for that land to come into the city and us choose a potential developer, but the city is not interested in taking on that liability. So that's kind of a summary, I guess, for longer summary. So do you have any specific questions?
Yeah,
beyond
I
that?
do. So what is the specific rationale behind the proposed amendment then on number 29?
Well, I think based on all the effort that has taken place over the last 2 years in putting together the neighborhood plan that In Common, along with other community partners in the neighborhood, based on that extensive effort in bringing city departments, planning, parks, public works, among others, reviewing that document and all the effort that has gone into that, we felt that it was important to recognize those efforts while in taking a fresh look at the master plan as far as the future land use amendment. So that is our rationale.
Okay, so while at this time, I can see some of the concerns that the neighbors may have because I understand that at this time you're not going to change any of the zoning, but this, for lack of a better word, this tool will give you the authority, if you will, to make those changes should a request comes about 5 years, 10 years down the road. Is that correct?
We would make a recommendation on any development proposal that is a recommendation to the planning board. The planning board makes a recommendation to this body, the city council, who ultimately would vote yes or no on any zoning changes.
So why not leave it as is then? If we're not going to move the needle up or down, then why change it at all? And that would probably put some of the neighbors' concern regarding the confusion aside.
Like I said, we think that there's many parts of the future land use map that do not review the detailed analysis. Obviously, we have a very large city and jurisdiction. Over 240 square miles is our extraterritorial jurisdiction. So anytime that we have the opportunity and work with a specific neighborhood on a plan, we think it's important to update the resources in the master plan accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Christian, if you don't mind coming up, please.
Christian Gray, 1134 South 30th Avenue.
All right, Christian, thank you. We did have an opportunity to talk before this meeting today, and we had the discussion of laying this over until December 5th. But in lieu of the holidays, that really isn't going to give us the traction that we need in order to engage. My understanding now is it's not just one neighborhood, perhaps it's 3 neighborhoods that will be impacted by this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but would you be okay with the motion to lay this over until the 19th of December? This gives us a reasonable and attainable goal to accomplish what we need to do in terms of the education and the opportunity for the neighbors to engage in what you are presenting.
Sure. Is there a date between those 2 dates?
We
I'm worried a
have
little bit
city
about the holidays.
council on the 5th of December as well as the 12th.
The 12th? What do you think about the 12th? Would that be would that allow for enough time? Because I feel like I'll be visiting with the Bemis Park Neighborhood Association tonight. It's my understanding, just from listening to the community feedback, that there really isn't much concern about the plan itself. It's really the inclusion of the zoning or the future land use map in that plan. There's been some confusion that that's part of the plan when that has just simply been added as background information. So I think once we clarify that that's not the aspiration of the plan to have the neighborhood rezoned, but it's a data point, I don't think there'll be anything else in the plan that people have concern about. So I think that'd be enough time, but I can give it back to you.
I would prefer the 19th and the Bemis opportunity tonight. While it is an opportunity, not everyone can jump that quickly and attend that on tonight. Again, I am a big proponent for neighborhood engagement, especially in District 2, where we have voices that have not been heard for decades.
Yeah.
And when we are saying that we are assisting and we're helping this community, we cannot help them if they don't know about it, they're confused, and they have questions.
Yeah.
That's not what help looks
And
like.
we're glad to do the 19th. I might have to miss, unfortunately, but the 19th works. And I'll just make a comment real quick, if I may, just in terms of there's 2 neighborhoods that are impacted by this plan. If you don't include the Bemis Park, or I'm sorry, the Walnut Hill Reservoir site, which Bemis Park claims as their own territory. I think there's some misconception on the plan includes a planning effort for that area. It's really just about creating a shovel-ready condition for that land. So we're glad to continue to talk with Bemis Park about that piece of it. But really the plan is by and large Walnut Hill and Orchard Hill with the shared territory of the Walnut Hill Reservoir. But yes, the 19th will be fine, and you'll just have to. I'll send someone on my behalf for an approval or a letter of support.
And just so that I'm comfortable in making sure that all voices are heard, I would like to be included in those discussions.
Yes, as always, you are.
Okay.
We are always invited.
Okay.
So we'll do the Bemis Park Neighborhood Association meeting tonight, which you said you're unavailable to do, and then if there are other meetings, we're glad to invite you along.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. I move that we lay this over until December 19th.
Second.
And continue the public hearing, right?
And continue the public hearing.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Christian, you don't have to get back up, but I appreciate it. I know you had emailed me on September 9th and also invite me to that meeting that I didn't make for this issue. And also you sent me an email on November the 3rd. And the reason I put that out there is because I know when you did the Hanscom Apartments in Georgia Row, you were great at reaching out to everybody in the community. I met you a couple times on it. So I appreciate you accommodating Councilmember Johnson's layover on this, because I know the way you handle me on this is outreach, communication, and I have no doubt and I'm confident from now to the 19th, you're going to be doing your work on this, and we'll look forward to having you back on the 19th. So thanks for coming down today.
Thank you. There's no further lights. There's a motion and a second to lay over to December 19th and continue the public hearing. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 30, an ordinance to rezone property located at 1311 South 21st Street from GI District to R5 District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Is there a way to adjust the volume on your microphones?
Yes.
The circular saw?
So we need to apologize for the work that's being done in the building, to the escalators, which is creating lots of noise. We can see if we can't enhance maybe our microphone volumes a little bit, but we'll have to kind of get through it. So we'll continue with item number 30, which is public hearing and vote. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Sanchez. I am with McConnell LLC. I am the on behalf of my client for that particular location. It's a house located in 1311 South 21st Street, which is right now being under a remodel. And in order to get some changes on the house, we need to rezone it because it's adding a small portion of the attic, and it's an adding of square footage. Now it's located in a GI, which in that area there's some heavy industrial things, but there's a lot of housing around. So basically, we need just to change it from GI to R5, just in order to make those changes to happen.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 30? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 31, an ordinance to rezone property located at 6128 Pierce Street from R4 35 District to R5 District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 31 is today. Proponents, please.
Hi, my name again is Juan Sanchez for 6128 Pierce Street of McConnell LLC. I am on behalf of my client, which is my wife. So basically, it's a great client. On this particular house, we've been working with the city for long, just trying to change the use of detached garage that we barely used, and we have awarded the change of use for that portion. Now we put that property to participate in the competition with ARP and the City of Omaha and Front Porch Omaha by Design with ADU competition, and we actually got awarded a honorable mention on that one. And it's to adapt or reuse that space to make some affordable living for our parents or elders or something that kind of ties into our way of living. That particular constraint we have is R4 doesn't allow to have 2 units on the same lot. So we requested to change to R5 in order to get that to work. Now we have a unit, but we cannot have a cooktop or anything because it will make it a unit. Okay. So that's the reason why.
Thank you. Any other proponents on 31? Seeing none, any opponents?
Honored members of the council, my name is Steve Palandri. My address in Omaha is 6117.5 Pacific Street. I own the property across the alley from the proposed property here, 6128 Pierce. And so I'm there much of the time to either improve the property or do maintenance or repair, and I live there a substantial percentage of the year. So I'm fairly familiar with the property and have been for quite a while, for decades. On my father's side, I'm a first generation American. On my mother's side, a second generation American. I've met some of the Sanchez family, appreciate them, they're hardworking, they've got a lot of capabilities from my observation. I don't know if you could classify me as a proponent as much as simply asking whether the zoning is appropriate for, I think, the demonstrated or intended purpose of that particular property. The remodeling, as far as I know, would be done in 2 stages. One is the remodeling of the house proper at 6128 Pierce, and the second would be a improvement or remodeling or rebuilding, a change in the use of the garage. There's a double stall garage that's toward the north end of the property that affronts the alley that goes between 61st and 62nd Street, between the 2 properties that I mentioned here. It appears, I think it demonstrated that the intent of that property is to be used for a construction business. I've met some of the Sanchez family. They've got tools, materials, and whatnot. I think they do a pretty good job from what I can tell. But I guess I'm questioning whether or not the zoning is proper for the intended use, or whether the intended use fits the zoning at that particular property.
Thank you. I think we can get those questions answered for you today. Any other opponents today?
I did visit with people in the planning department when I first learned about it. Gave them my verbal comments. I also wrote an email. I don't know that the comments I've made today have been presented, so I guess this is the third vote, or the third hearing, so I'm glad to have been able to make it in person.
Yep, thank you. And we are, by the way, seeing if we can't address the work that's going on out there. That is awfully noisy. Are there any other opponents that want to speak on number 31? Seeing none, public hearings closed. Mr. Fanslau, would you want to address those questions?
Sure, I'll try to. Dave Fanslau, City Planning. So the site has a little bit of history. Back in February, it received a setback waiver from the Zoning Board of Appeals to allow the conversion of that garage into an accessory structure. That alone did not give the property owner permission to convert the garage or the structure into another living units, because as been stated, it's zoned R4. 2 units are not allowed on R4, so they approached the department and had requested the zoning be changed to R5, which would allow those 2 units. So that's where we're today. First time I've heard about the potential of a business being run from an R5 property, but that would not be allowed. And if we receive a complaint, we would follow up on that complaint to see if they're out of compliance.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Are there any further lights or a motion?
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 32, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the ACI district to incorporate into that district the property located southeast of 72nd and Pine Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 32 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 33 and 34 can be considered together for property located at 5912 South 36th Street and 3614 Y Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 33, an ordinance to rezone this property from R435 district to R4 district. Item 34, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow large group living.
Public hearing and vote on items 33 and 34 are today. Proponents, please.
Joe Detlefs with Thompson, Dreesen, and Dorner, 10836 Old Mill Road. Also with me is Mr. Jim Minnelli, who is the applicant. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Got one opponent coming here.
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. This is one item that I wanted to pick out because I think, for one thing, today's hearing what's going on is that there is a lack of trust of the city on these type of things. I don't have a lot of time and I don't work. I have other things to do. But people that do work have absolutely no time to understand what's behind this. It's not transparent enough. I'd like to know. This is why I challenge you, to get some discussion. What kind of large group are we talking about? And how close is it to some people that I might be related to, or maybe me? When I go onto your website to see the attached and read that stuff, it's all legal language. very difficult for the average citizen to try and follow you guys. So let's have some discussion. What kind of group living? If it's a great group, we might be all for it and stand up and applaud you. But we'd like to know about it because there'd no doubt be some city money, and by way of that, some of my tax dollars involved in it. There's probably some 501c3 funding, which means property tax and things that I pay for, but they don't. So I'd like to know. I may not live very far from it.
Thank you. Any other opponents? Seeing none, public hearing's closed. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you. Joe, I can maybe have you come up, or Jim maybe. I mean, it is in our public documents what the use will be. I can gladly read that, or if I'd rather have you explain it, because I think it's kind of unique and something that's terribly needed.
Our home is an interesting home. It's a family-based crisis pregnancy home for women that come in for short terms. 9 months after they have their babies, we allow them to stay in the house. At that time, we're helping them with education. We're helping them with mentorship so they can not end up in this situation again. Help them with mentorship, job opportunities, housing. There's many things that we do, but as far as the home goes, we try to keep it down to somewhere around 10 in the house at a time, because anything more than 10, we run into, it's not home base. And we don't want to make it institutionalized. We just don't want to we don't want to live there forever. We just to get out and get into the city and start getting a life. But we help them out of sex trade. We help them out of homeless scenarios, jumping from house to house. We have many, many, many programs, car programs, college opportunities for some of these girls. It's a phenomenal thing for our community. As far as 501c3 goes, zero money from the city, zero money from any state funds, anything. We are 100% donation, period.
Thank you. And we'll need your name and address for the record, too.
My name is James Minnelli, 116 South 127th Plaza, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm the national director for the Montefiores in the United States.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further lights. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion, a second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 35, a resolution to approve a major amendment to the special use permit to allow outdoor sports and recreation in the AG District located at 4906 South 180th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 35 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by the City Council Rules of Order.
There's been a request by a council member to take number 42 off consent agenda. So first we'll do items 36 through 41. The public hearings on agenda items 36 through 41 were held on November 7th. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 42, an ordinance to approve a professional services agreement with Kelly Plucker LLC for lobbying services, A's Communications, and opposition.
The public hearing on number 42 was already held. Today is the vote on this item. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Point of clarification, what did we just do?
The vote on number 42 is today, and that's the item we're on.
Okay, and Mr. Harding said
There was a motion to approve in a second.
already,
Yes.
but this was taken off the consent agenda, right?
Yes. It can be moved and seconded, but the floor is now yours as the next person in the queue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of concerns today regarding the proposed service agreement with Kelly Plucker. And one of the reasons why I'm concerned is because all of us as city council members did receive a letter, an email that I've asked the city council, Eliza, to put in the record. It's titled, and I can bring this up to the mic since I could not get her to put that on the screen, but I think that we need to make this public, that we did receive this notification.
Would that be? Item A under 42?
Pardon me?
I'm just trying to clarify if that's item A under agenda item 42.
It's part of it.
Pardon? Correct?
Part of it.
Part of it? There's more than this one page that was attached?
It's a 4-page document.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's agenda item A.
Yeah, it's all attached to them.
Okay, however, for purposes of those that are listening or paying attention in the audience, they don't have this information.
It's online, right? Okay.
Okay, we have people in the audience here. How do they get the information?
Can we pull those attachments up on the screen?
Were you attempting to do that right there?
Yeah.
You can do that. I think you had it down on the wrong side. There you go.
Oh, wait a minute.
The top button will do it, yeah.
But with it being so small in nature, they wouldn't be able to see this. So anyway, we received a notification in the mail via email. City Council did. And there were a couple of things that were brought to the attention that was of some concern to the general public. And one of those things was that this is a service agreement between the city of Omaha and Kelly and Plucker for the period of December 1st, 2023 to November 30th of 2028, which is a total of 5 years. I'm looking for someone to answer the question, is this common that we would enter an agreement, a service agreement for 5 years like what's being proposed here today? The law department could be a good place to start. Is this common for us to enter an agreement of 5 years?
Maccusee Law Department, yes it is.
Okay. And was there an RFP put out for this?
For this particular one, no, it was a professional services contract.
And what are the requirements for a professional contract? Does that require an RFP or does it not?
No, it does not.
Okay. There is also, in this letter, there is conversation about an increase of pay. Year one, the payment would be $122,000. Is that correct?
Maccusee Law Department, yes it is.
Okay, and year two, there would be a payment of $125,660. Is that correct?
If that's a 3% increase, then yes.
Year number 3, the increase would be $129,429.80. Is that correct?
If that's a 3% increase from the previous amount you mentioned, then yes.
And the 4th year, we would have another 3% increase would be $133,312.69. And item number, the 5th year, we would have another 3% increase of $137,312.07. So I said all of that to say that the rationale for this change in the 2024 budget is to eliminate a position, specifically Jack Chachola in the law department, and this is being proposed to compensate or replace that budget amount as well as the service agreement, because Jack will no longer perform these duties. Is that correct?
I don't agree with that assessment, no.
Then what do you agree with?
That the service agreement is to replace the services that Mr. Chaloha served as the city lobbyist and to replace those particular services with this contract.
Okay. So when we as city council individuals, when we're looking at things like this, the question regarding conflict of interest comes to play. So as a city council representative, conflict of interest is crucial for the city council representative to address, as it ensures the fair and unbiased representation of constituents. When conflicts of interest exist, decision-making may be compromised, leading to outcomes that favor personal interests over the public good. To mitigate these risks, measures such as comprehensive disclosure requirements can be implemented. Representatives should transparently disclose any financial interests or affiliations that may influence their decision-making. Additionally, establishing clear guidelines and ethical standards helps in identifying, preventing, and managing conflicts. Regular training or ethical conduct and periodic reviews of potential conflicts can further enhance awareness and adherence to ethical standards, fostering public trust and confidence in the city council decision-making process. So this was presented, I presented this to the council today because my question is, how will we establish clear guidelines and ethical standards to help us identify and prevent managing conflicts here? Because Plucker does have relationship, meaning he has opportunity to be engaged in other organizations, other entities that may be the same organizations and entities that the city of Omaha has. I raised this question last week regarding conflict of interest and how do we manage that. So again, I haven't been provided any information to satisfy my thirst or satisfy my curiosity that approving this will relieve me from my responsibility of making sure that conflict of interest is not happening when when conversations are being had in the legislature, there is no way, or we have not outlined as the city council how that conflict of interest, should it occur, how we would manage it. So, Mr. Kuzi, you engaged in this service agreement. Is there anything in the service agreement that spells out how this will be managed? This conflict, should a conflict occur, how will the city monitor it, address it, and deal with it?
This Matt Kuzi Law Department, this matter was discussed last week, both, I believe, from yourself and Council President Festerson, but I would refer you to page 7 of the agreement, section 4, general conditions, letter D, conflicts of interest. The way it is handled is that if there is an action.
Can we pull that up on the screen? Again, we have
I'm
this,
unable to.
we need this on the screen. We have a legitimate concern from our constituents, and we need that information on the screen so that everyone has access to seeing it. So do I need to bring my laptop to go over there? Or I can help. You said number 7?
Page 7, section 4, letter D.
Should I just give her my iPad at the same time? Ms. Johnson, I have it up on my iPad if you'd just like to put my iPad up on the Elmo.
Is there somebody that can help her?
There's really not a need for that.
I pulled it up for you.
The thought process
So it is on the screen right now if you'd like to address it.
Okay, so your item is not here, Mr. Mancusi.
Matt Kuzi Law Department, section D, conflicts of interest.
Okay, it says the contractor covenants that is presently has no interest which would conflict with the performance. That okay. In determining whether an actual or perceived conflict of interest has arisen, the contractor shall, in addition to laws, regulation, code of ethics, and other factors which may be relevant to each particular situation, consider the rules of professional conduct for attorneys and the practice of law. If there is a determination of an actual perceived conflict, the city interest shall not be adversely impacted. Thank you. So, again, we're going to anticipate that the law firm will govern himself and let us know whether or not there's conflict. And because of his professional obligation, legal professional obligation to be trustworthy, then we are assured that there will not be any conflict of interest.
Mancusi Law Department, that is what is contained within subsection D that you had up on the monitor earlier. I'd also like to point out that there's specific reference to the rules of professional conduct for attorneys. Both Ms. Plucker and Mr. Kelly are attorneys. They are bound by the attorney's rules of professional conduct. In addition to what's in this contract, they're bound by those rules, and should they found to be violating those rules, their license to practice law in the state of Nebraska could be adversely affected. So there is an actual extra layer of protection built into this contract by virtue of the fact that those two attorneys are subject to those rules.
Thank you. And so at best today, for individuals that are not aware of attorney obligations, they had the opportunity to understand the concern that was written in this letter as it relates to conflict of interest. So again, as city council representative, it is our responsibility to shed light on any discussion of impropriety. And so I kind of felt like my line of questioning was met with some resistance because I brought it to this body. Nonetheless, it was necessary for me to do as it relates to responding to a concern of a constituent. That is my obligation. And I'm sorry that that seems to be somewhat frustrating for this body, but I will continue to operate from that scope as long as I'm the representative for District 2. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further lights. There was a motion. Oh, sorry. There is a light.
Excuse me.
Nope, Larry. This is not public hearing.
You opened it up by pulling it off the consent agenda and according
This is
to
not
the
public
Open
hearing.
Meetings
It's,
Act, when you
Mr.
do
Harding, you're
that,
recognized.
you
Larry, you're out of order and you'll be
supposed to
removed.
offer the opportunity for a citizen to
Mr. Harding,
speak.
you're recognized.
No, it's just a separate.
Why don't you arrest me? Thank you, Juanita.
Okay, thanks. A couple things. One thing that I don't think was really covered last week on the public hearing in depth, but I'm going to bring up today, is actually the cost savings to the taxpayers of the citizens of Omaha. Currently, the position that is not in the 2024 budget for the city lobbyist position, that currently is at $171,000. And then with the benefits that would then go along with it, which is the cost to the taxpayers as well as office space, telephones, mileage, you're probably talking about $250,000 when you're all in. And what we are doing is making a contract with two very experienced and producing lobbyists to work on behalf of the city for less than half of that. And I think that's one thing that needed to be said, because I don't think we said that in depth last week, that not only is this a cost savings, but I think the level of service that the citizens of Omaha will receive from these lobbyists will be more than paid for. The other thing is, I'll address Ms. Johnson's last comment, is she's right. It's her prerogative to bring those up, even though they were discussed last week in great detail. I know we quoted that same chapter and verse from the conflicts of interest paragraphs from the contract that we're going to have with them. But it is being addressed. It's if they want to put their law licenses on the line and ability to make a living for the education and the experience that they've invested in. I don't see them doing that. They're very honorable and established attorneys, and I think the record that their track record that they were able to produce working on behalf of the city in the unicameral last year is further evidence of why this is a good contract and a good group to be doing business with.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Harding just shared with us the cost savings. Is there anywhere where we can validate those savings?
Are you asking me?
Or did you just pull it up somewhere?
Well, I don't usually just pull it up out of the air. So I did confirm with the current budget is $171,000. I have been told by finance that, and I underestimated because they told me that the benefits probably are about 50% of what that would be. So if I use their numbers and then added in some of the other things the other expenses that are reimbursable, like mileage and the phone. So I think I was conservative to say it was $250,000, and I'll go you one less. Let's say it's 240 or 235. We're still paying $122,000, less than half of what it would have cost us last year to have that person be a city employee.
Finance Director, could you please validate that information is correct?
Don Drowse, the City Finance Department. That is correct.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Ms. Milton.
Thank you. I just wanted to add in, the conflict of interest, it's not something that maybe a lot of people deal with normally. I look around the room, there's some attorneys in the room that know that we've got to do that. We are held to the rules of professional conduct and professional responsibility. And if we violate that, we can be suspended or disbarred if we don't do that. So it's also worked in the contract, but let's just say it wasn't even in the contract. That's always there. We're always held to the professional rules of responsibility and can always be held accountable. So I'm perfectly comfortable. I think that Ms. Plucker and Mr. Kelly did an excellent job last year. I really enjoyed working with them, and they put in the hours. They were available. They're not 8 to 5 people, especially when they're in session. They're doing updates, and they are contacting us and letting us know what happened, literally, especially when it gets to the end on that daily basis. So I think at least in this case, we were able to test them out before we came up with the 5-year contract, and they really did well. So I look forward to supporting this, and I look forward to working with them in the next legislative session.
Thank you. Mr. Hug.
Well, you're going to get tired of me saying this, but in my previous life, the Metropolitan Community College Board of Governors, in my 24 years, I was actively involved with the negotiation and hiring of numerous lobbyists, state lobbyists and federal lobbyists. I've been through this. I'm sitting here trying to count the amount of times we've hired lobbyists, and it's at least 12 different times and probably representing 4 different firms. And there's nothing out of the ordinary with this. The amount of money is in line with what I would have expected to pay if I were still on the Board of Metro. It's in line with what they're currently are paying with a different firm. But I know if you haven't been through this before, it can be a little mind-boggling and confusing. So with my experience knowledge, this is really a no-brainer. And the other aspect, it's my understanding, and Matt, you can correct me if I'm wrong, every lobbyist, they have to register with every client they represent with the legislature. That's all public record. If they do that, they're jeopardizing their bar license because it would be a violation of their conduct. And so I'm looking at this again from a different perspective of years of experience doing what we're doing here today. So I support it. I think it's a good idea. It's unfortunate that there wasn't maybe more time to work through this, but you know, I'm going to support it. I support it. I'm going to continue to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I kind of want to just add on to what Councilman Hugg said. I've been involved in associations and different organizations that required the services of a lobbying firm or a lobbyist. And I think we're missing the point. The real question is the firm of Kelly and Plucker capable of representing the city? Are they qualified to do the job? We're going to hire a firm to take care of our lobbying needs at the state legislature. Can they get the job done? And is the price fair? And as Mr. Hugg said, I mean, the price is, to me, seems fair when you think about the amount of hours and the number of issues that they deal with. There are a lot of lobbyists that lobby the legislature, and they do disclose who they're working for. And I visited with several of our state legislators to just understand what their impression of Kelly Plucker was, and they had good things to say. They felt like they were honest, that they represented their clients well, they got the message across, and they did it efficiently. And I think that's the question that we should be looking at and deciding, is this firm a firm that we can have trust in to represent our interest in the state legislature? And I've interviewed both Sean Kelly and Julia Plucker informally, certainly not on the formal HR way, but just getting to know them and understanding how they work. And I trust that they will represent us well.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Kuzi, I think it's been covered already, but just can you confirm for me, Kelly and Plucker, Mr. Kelly and Ms. Plucker, their clients all have to be registered with the Nebraska Accountability and Disclosure Commission, is that correct?
Mancusi Law Department, yes, they all have to register for their clients.
Okay, and if there's any conflicts of interest, that would be brought to your attention, correct?
As the contract indicated, that subsection D, that if there is an actual or perceived conflict of interest, that is then brought to my attention. I then determine if there, in the case of a perceived conflict, if there actually is a conflict, I then notify the council's legislative committee and the mayor of that situation, and we come up with a plan moving forward in the case where an actual conflict of interest exists.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Kuzi. And I know, as has been echoed here, I also have spoken to state senators, legislative aides, and even a few lobbyists, in addition to serving on the legislative committee, working with them since I've been on the council, and I find them to be trustworthy. And when you're talking, as I mentioned in a previous meeting, hundreds of millions of dollars comes out of the legislature. We are creatures of the Nebraska legislature. And it is vital to have a great lobbying team of experts that can work with state senators, many of which are new. That's a heck of a learning curve. If you talk to anybody down there, you can't hit the ground running oftentimes because there's a huge learning curve. So it is more vital now than ever to have excellence when it comes to lobbying on behalf of the city of Omaha. And as I've done my due diligence in talking to others outside of the relationships of other lobbyists, state senators, legislative aides, just people in general that know Mr. Kelly and Ms. Plucker, I have all the confidence in the world that they will do a tremendous job of representing the city of Omaha for our interests in the state legislature when they lobby. And the communication with them, sitting on the legislative committee, has been outstanding. And we had a meeting this morning, and I have no doubt in my mind that that's going to continue to happen probably at an even higher level. So I'm going to be happy to support this going forward, and it's good for the taxpayers in the city. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. There's no further lights. There is a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Public hearings on agenda items number 43 through 64 are today. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by name, address, and who you represent, and if you are a proponent or an opponent. This is items 43 through 64.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Johnson, 6432 North 105th Avenue, representing the Doubletree, Omaha Southwest, the new general manager there, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any other testifiers on these items?
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Holper. I'm the general manager of the Omaha Marriott. I reside at 1240 South 109th Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I am here for any questions regarding item number 44.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Pete Nelson, 4515 F Street, representing the DAV for any questions.
Okay. What item was that number, sir?
43.
43, thank you. Any other testifiers on these items? Seeing none, public hearings closed.
Second.
So motion and a second to approve. I would just note two items on here that I support in District 1. Number 56, which is we secured private funding to support the next preliminary design of the North Saddle Creek Business District renovation. And we'll have public meetings on that here shortly in December. And then number 59, I want to thank the Parks Department for continuing to work on the Keystone Trail expansion. This is a 10-foot expansion of a trail that will eventually connect all of Lake Cunningham with the Keystone Trail all the way down to Bellevue. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thanks for reminding me on that one, too. I know you and I both received a call from one of the fine establishments on that route, so I just want to make sure that they're well aware of when the public hearings are, and because I think they have a vested interest in their frontage along.
Yes. Yep, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve these items. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion approved, 7-0.
Thanks.
Item 65, an ordinance to amend Chapter 20, Article 3 of the Omaha Municipal Code entitled Offenses Against the Public Peace by adding Section 20-50 to provide for a prohibition of the manufacturing, transfer, use, and possession of trigger activator devices. A is communication and support.
The vote on number 65 is today. Just by way of quick background, 2 weeks ago, we approved 3 of 4 firearms-related measures, and this was the 4th one we delayed for 2 weeks that addresses bump stocks and trigger activators. It's very similar in nature to what the Trump administration proposed banning in 2017 after the Las Vegas shootings. Since our last meeting, the Supreme Court did indicate it intends to take up the appeal of that denial, and it's something I know the Biden administration is also following up on, but that would not be decided at least until summer of 2024. So we, in my opinion, felt it was important to still move forward with this today. 2 weeks ago, the majority of council members indicated an interest in this item with some questions about the wording, and so I know that's been worked on since then. And Ms. Melton will soon present an amendment of the whole today that addresses those things, and with the support of the police chief and city attorney, and I think they do, I would support this amendment as well. So, Ms. Melton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I had mentioned last week, I thought we had defined what a semi-automatic firearm was, but we didn't define what we were actually banning. So I drafted two definitions. I drafted 2 definitions with the help of our city attorney. Thank you to Matt Kuzi for assisting me with this. And so what I'd like to do is amend to add that the term bump stock shall be defined as any manufactured device that allows a semi-automatic firearm to shoot more than one shot with a single pull of the trigger by harnessing the recoil energy of the semi-automatic firearm so the firearm mimics the rate of fire of an automatic firearm. The second thing we needed to define was trigger crank. That was not defined either. So trigger crank shall be defined as any manufactured device that when installed in or attached to a semi-automatic firearm repeatedly activates the trigger of the firearm through the use of a crank, a lever, or any other part that is turned in a circular motion so that the firearm mimics the rate of fire of an automatic firearm. We did add it shall be unlawful for any person to sell, manufacture, transfer, or possess a bump stock or trigger crank. I'm asking for an amendment of the whole to include what I've just read. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, you're next.
I'll also ask Councilmember Melton to, this language was a lot of her research and us working on this together, but also wanted to make sure that it was stated that there was input from some of those who were here to testify against this 2 weeks ago. So Amy, I didn't know if you wanted to address some of that about Trish and working on some of the language with that.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I worked with Trish, who testified before from the Nebraska Firearms Association. She was very helpful, had multiple conversations, sent some research over. Also, another owner of a gun store is also very supportive of the Second Amendment, who sent some additional information. I have to tell you that those were two definitions. I don't know that I've ever spent so much time researching two sentences. But I did put in a lot of time and effort in figuring out what other definitions were and what we were most comfortable with. And I think that this was very limited to exactly what we were talking about. It's not vague, so it can't be used to prosecute things that aren't actual bump stocks or trigger cranks, such as things that might be used for competitive shooting. You know, if you're a very talented shooter and can shoot really fast, we're not going to prosecute your finger, as I think Trish had kind of indicated. So I think this really limits what our intention was, but can't be used to be more vague to maybe prosecute people for having something that is not a bump stock that mimics an automatic firearm or trigger crank that mimics an automatic firearm, which is, I think, the intent of the council.
And I think part of the reason why we thought it was important to lay this over at that time was just for that. I mean, there wasn't a definition in there. It was further demonstrated what part of my point was 2 weeks ago was that these seemed to be put on in such a hurry without any research done, which I don't think that's what we should be doing is passing ordinances that are put together without that kind of research and have basic definitions in there. So we knew what they could even be prosecuted for. And that's one of the reasons we laid it over. Also wanted to work with those who are more familiar with it so that we're not putting in jeopardy those competition shooters and those kind of mechanisms. I still have some concern that, again, with the not knowing what that activator may or may not be upon visual observation, and if a police officer would then have to confiscate it, and the only way to find out might be is to how it has to be fired so that it could be determined whether or not it does bring it to an automatic level. I still have some concerns with that, but know that this is some language that I think was a compromise and will be supporting.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I made quite a few comments last week on this, and I haven't changed my mind. I think in Mr. Begley said it best just a little bit ago, we serve at the pleasure of the legislature, and LB 77 was passed by the legislature this last spring with the intent that cities, even the size of Omaha, would not be able to come back behind them and add an ordinance that would make their law more confusing. And I think the fact that the Supreme Court is going to take this up validates my reasoning as well. So I think I'll be voting against the amendment and ordinance 43580.
Thank you. Ms. Melton.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Council Member Roe, I completely actually agree with you. The problem is the people also, a lot of people just want to feel good, and that's what this ordinance is. It's a feel-good ordinance. Because even if we ban bump stocks or trigger cranks within the city limits of Omaha, you aren't going to actually curb the use or the availability unless they're banned nationwide. This is something that, in my opinion, Congress needs to take up, but it needs to at least be statewide. But for purposes of bump stocks, for any of you that are against them, I put this out there in one of my emails, but if you have a mass shooter that's going to go down to Memorial Park during the concert and he's sitting at home and putting his guns together, I have a feeling he's not going to look at his bump stock and say, oh, I better leave that at home because I might get a misdemeanor due to the city ordinance. So we need to make the bump stocks not available. It needs to be done, which is what President Trump did. He banned them on a national level. And that's exactly what needs to be done. And SCOTUS, since our last hearing, the United States Supreme Court has agreed to take at least that case from the Fifth Circuit up on whether or not President Trump had the authority to issue an executive order to ban the bump stocks. By the way, we wouldn't have to do any of this if Congress could just pass the law under the Firearms Act. We could avoid all of that. You would think that this might be one that we could have bipartisan support for, and that maybe Congress could show the rest of us that they could actually get something done that would benefit everyone. But that's just a side note. I'm going to go ahead and vote yes for this, because if I don't, everybody's going to say Amy loves bump stocks and doesn't care about mass shootings in Las Vegas. So I just want to let everyone know that the city of Omaha doing this, I actually think puts us in jeopardy of losing a lawsuit, and I think it's unfortunate that our law department is now going to have to defend a lawsuit when we really could have just waited for the U.S. Supreme Court's order. So, Mr. Kuzy, I'm really, I'm sorry for those lawyers that are going to have to fight this lawsuit. In my opinion, we just should have waited on all these ordinances. But I want to make it clear, I don't support bump stocks. I support President Trump's executive order, and if we're going to repeat it, I guess I'll go ahead and vote for this Trump ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I'll try to finish that off. I too appreciate Councilmember Rowe's comments. The one area I might differentiate on between what we did 2 weeks ago on the ghost gun kit, not the gun, the kit, I still have an issue with that, is that this is not a firearm, and it's an accessory, and I don't know if I'm sure we are going to be sued by it. I know they're already talking about a lawsuit. So, but I don't know if it being an accessory was covered under 77. I assume the courts will determine that as well too. But, and again, but I wholeheartedly agree with you that, I don't think we should be trying to do workarounds or I'll try to remember the term that was used 2 weeks ago, mitigate around LB 77 is, I think, what one of the testifiers said. I don't think that's what we should be doing, but I think I maybe am able to draw the line here because it's an accessory and not a firearm.
Thank you. No further lights. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the amendment of the whole.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the amendment of the whole. Roll call.
Rowe. Begley.
Aye.
Harding.
Yes.
Hug.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion is approved, 6-1. Okay, thank you. Item 67, an ordinance establishing the Little Bohemia Business Improvement District.
The public hearing on number 67 is today. I know we have several folks here to address this item. Thanks for your patience. We'll start with proponents of number 67.
Hi, council members. Lewis Smith, 2207 Country Club Ave, 68104. Thank you for hearing us today. So I work at the Dundee Bank located at 1407 South 13th Street. About 2 years ago, a group of property and business owners began to discuss the possibility of setting up a business improvement district in Little Bohemia. The reason being was to increase the visibility and patronage of the neighborhood and its businesses, while also beautifying the area and, most importantly, advocating on behalf of traffic safety measures on South 13th Street. During these 2 years, we underwent a lengthy process to determine if a BID is appropriate and supported. If you'll allow me, the timeline is as follows. December 2021, a couple of us met with Bernard Indenbosch and Yesenia Valenzuela to discuss the process for starting a BID. Bernard sent us to Danny and gave us a little bit of info on the BID. That same month, we met with Danny to discuss more specifics regarding a BID and what it all entails. In January of 2022, the following month, we formed a group that would eventually become the BID board. At that time, we decided to move forward with what is called the Little Bohemia Business Improvement Area Board. It's a mouthful. From February 2022 to December 2022, we had initial conversations with neighbors regarding the BID. We received very positive feedback. During that time, we had over 20 meetings with the Little Bohemia Business Association, where we continually brought up the status updates of any sort of proposed BID. On March 6th specifically, 2023, the Little Bohemia Business Improvement Area Board met with Danny and Bernard to discuss the next steps. He advised us to speak with Bernard. At that time when we spoke with Bernard, they gave us a list of items to accomplish before officially proposing a BID to you all, including hosting town halls and speaking with more residents. From March of 2023 to August of 2023, we continued to meet with more neighbors, businesses, and property owners in the neighborhood. At that time, we decided we had enough support that we should have town halls, 2 of them, so that we could accommodate for people that are working during the day and at night. On August 29th and August 30th, we held town halls for all to attend. Notices were delivered by email, if possible, or delivered to individuals or storefront by flyer. On right after that, on 9/1, we sent an email thanking folks for attending. Shortly after that, we sent a follow-up email letting folks know that we felt we had enough reinforcement that we could approach the city council with the intention of setting up a BID. On 9 September of this year, 2023, we decided to go to city council. In October, we had one final meeting with Danny Begley to discuss the BID and all that it entails. Our BID will be focused on 3 main items: promotion, beautification, and safety, as outlined in the work plan that you all have. The promotion of the neighborhood will be multifaceted, but include things like neighborhood signage on South 13th Street, advertising on behalf of the neighborhood and its businesses, and events to bring down folks to South 13th Street. Beautification will include flower and garden bed maintenance, holiday lighting, regular trash pickup, and landscaping, to name a few. Our last item, maybe the most important, is safety, specifically traffic safety, which is especially topical considering the mayor's Vision Zero initiative discussed today. To say that traffic on South 13th Street is exceptionally dangerous doesn't really do it justice. This issue is only going to get worse as we see more housing go up and Little Bohemia gain in popularity. This is an issue that needs to be addressed immediately, and the best way to do that is with a single voice that the BID can provide. As Councilwoman Melton made mention of, traffic safety cannot be enforced, it has to be taught. Councilmember Begley has done a great job helping enforce through police, but we need the BID to advocate on behalf of our neighborhood for less temporary measures. While we know a BID can't implement road changes, we can and will advocate on behalf of pedestrian safety and proactive measures to ensure reactive measures aren't necessary. This is an amazing opportunity to work together towards the common goal of Little Bohemia excelling while staying loyal to what makes the neighborhood so great in the first place, a sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Good afternoon. I'm Benjamin Washburn, 2120 South 72nd Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68124. I'm here representing Sage Capital Real Estate Investments. Sage Capital is currently doing the project called Boho Flats, which is 59 market rate units of multifamily apartment complex with 5,000 square feet of retail space at South 13th and Pine Streets. We at Sage Capital Real Estate are very excited about this real estate development project at the heart of Little Bohemia District and neighborhood. As a developer in the neighborhood, we furthermore support the proposed Business Improvement District, or bid number 6882, that is being considered for establishment. We believe in the initiative and support the Business Improvement District because it will benefit the surrounding neighbors, foster a more vibrant and sustainable local economy, and create a more attractive and inviting environment. We agree with the 5 focus points being general maintenance and infrastructure improvements, lighting, decorations, beautification, promotion, and safety that all fall within the budget of $24,500. That concludes our reasoning and support as being a proponent for this fine neighborhood within the city of Omaha. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Hello, Mike Peter, 1016 South 38th Street. I'm actually here on behalf of my business partner, Leah Thrasher, who majority owns Omaha Dog Bar. Her father passed away recently, so she's not able to attend. But she and ourselves as ownership just wanted to garner our support for this and say that as business owners, we really do see the value of BIDs and would like to see that investment continue as a group and in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent, please. And to give me an idea, how many proponents are speaking today? All right, got a few more. All right.
My name is Megan Anderson, 3509 South 51st Ave, Omaha, Nebraska, 68106. And I actually have been asked to speak for myself, but also for Susan Koenig, who had to leave due to the time constraints today. So I'll speak first for Susan Koenig of 1266 South 13th Street. She is a member of the Little Bohemia Business Development, and she also is the founder of Koenig Dunn Law Firm, so a business owner, and she's a resident of the neighborhood as well. She also is speaking for her law partner, Angela Dunn, as a proponent and owner and resident of our Little Bohemia area as well. After 17 years of being downtown, they moved to Little Bohemia about 25 years ago, so our firm has been part of the neighborhood for quite a while. Susan grew up in Little Italy, as well as a neighbor to Little Bohemia, and she says it's thrilling to watch the return of vibrancy to the Little Bohemia area. As a council members who make decisions, not only for our District 3, but for our whole city, we wanted to make sure that you know why they want this to be supported and supported the city as well. First, there's a robust support for the Business Improvement District. Vision Zero is high on our list of something that we are a proponent for as well and want to take into consideration, as well as successful development of the urban core, an opportunity to support these priorities for the city as well as our neighborhood. After 2 years of continuous engagement of the community, along with Lewis, in the recent days, we just learned that you may hear from some who seek a different BID or a delay. We urge you to pass the ordinance approving the BID before you today. We are a following model of others of successful BIDs, starting small, experience success, and then expanding. Those who have been investing in the creation of the Little Bohemia Business Improvement District are also absolutely open to a future expansion serving on the Little Bohemia area business district. Thank you for allowing Susan to work with such thoughtful community of the Omaha citizens. And then for myself, I'm Megan Anderson. I'm the president of the Little Bohemia Business Association. I'm here to express the association's strong support of the establishment of the proposed Business Improvement District. We collectively believe that the implementation of the Business Improvement District will not only enhance the aesthetic appeal of our neighborhood, but also contribute in prosperity and growth of the local businesses. By supporting the initiative, we aim to create a more attractive and inviting environment that will encourage both residents and visitors to explore and engage with the diverse offerings of our community. During the process of establishing the BID, I have already noted of fostering collaboration among businesses and property owners for the betterment of our neighborhood. For myself, I have had a chance to meet and network with more of our neighborhood. This includes the successful and fully engaged turnout to one of our more recent Little Bohemia Business Association meetings, leaving me with a strong sense of community. The BID can only further success at a community events such as the Little Bohemia Backyard Bash, Spring Markets, and Second Fridays. Please consider our support for the establishment of the Little Bohemia Business Improvement District, recognizing its potential to bring lasting benefits to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alex Lekas with Omaha by Design, 618 South 11th Street. I'm also a resident of Little Italy, 6th and William. At Omaha by Design, we recognize that thriving neighborhoods contribute to a thriving city. The South 13th Street corridor is a tremendous neighborhood asset with a diversity of businesses attracting people from all over the metro. The business community of Little Bohemia has coordinated their efforts to ensure a positive experience for customers, residents, and visitors. But a BID would take that work a step further. By coordinating and formalizing efforts already underway, the BID can continue to build on the efforts to increase safety, promote beautification, and neighborhood identity. As a resident and frequent visitor of Little Bohemia, I'm looking forward to the continued energy and growth.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for having us. I'm Caroline McBride, 1235 South 13th Street. Rebel Interactive is my business. I'm a business owner, a resident, and a property owner. I own land from 13th and Pierce to 13th and Briggs. Rebel Interactive moved downtown in 2004, and it was the best decision that our company could have made in terms of growth and success for myself, my business partner, and all of our employees. In the meantime, I've been able to watch 13th Street continue to grow from a vibrant commercial and industrial hub to a very unique shopping and commercial space. Our guiding principles are safety, beautification, and promotion. We're really interested in safety for businesses, for residents, for shop owners, for retail, for residents, for restaurants and bar frequenters, as well as pedestrians. The two other guiding principles are beautification and promotion. When you think about 13th Street, the well-traveled road that it is, connecting our world-class zoo down to the #1 tourist attraction in the state of Nebraska, which is the Old Market, 13th Street really has an amazing opportunity to show residents and visitors alike how great our city is. And we can use 13th Street as a conduit for that. I really appreciate your support, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Hello, thank you. My name is Colleen McClay, 1323 South 12th Street, Clarity Real Estate Company. I'm a founding member. We just completed constructing 107 apartments at 12th and William, called Little Bow Bungalows and Flats. We are almost fully occupied. I moved here about 20 years ago from Chicago, where we celebrate each and every historic neighborhood. The beauty of seeing a neighborhood come to life again is something I've always cherished. Little Bohemia has a fascinating history, and we plan to celebrate that as a BID as we continue to work with other area business owners who share the same vision. The beauty of having a BID for these neighborhoods is so that we can work collaboratively together to get things accomplished and have one voice. I know our first order of business is safety, and I would like to talk about that from a perspective of not just the tenants in our building or the businesses along 13th Street, but I'd like to just bring to the table that there are a lot of single-family homes in the area, and there are 2 schools just up the street on 10th Street, All Saints Catholic School, as well as Pine Elementary. And from my office on 12th and William, I see children and families try to cross those streets daily, and it is not safe. So that is something as a BID member that we would like to bring to the table. And I just want to say thank you to all the council members today, and also to my BID members and all the business association members. They're wonderful people to work with, and I'm grateful to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie Mock. I'm here in support of the BID. My address is 1408 South 13th Street. My husband and I own two businesses in Omaha. We opened Night Owl in the Blackstone District in 2014. When we decided to open a second concept, we decided Little Bohemia was the perfect location. The history, the charm, the businesses made it an easy decision for us. We opened Fizzy's Fountain Liquors in March 2020, 1 week before the shutdown. A challenging time to say the least, but we certainly found strength and support from our neighbors and fellow business owners. And since that time, it's been an absolute pleasure working with all of them. And together we created the Little Bohemia Business Association, collaborated with the Dolman Neighborhood Association, and hopefully a new partnership with the BID is on the horizon. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Ash Preheim, 2612 Dewey Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska. I just want to say thank you for your time today. I'm here in support of the BID for Little Bohemia. I'm the managing partner at Beercade 2. We recently just had our 4th anniversary, and we are one of the many businesses that have contributed to the neighborhood, and we're all local, and every single business has already created something down there from nothing, which is difficult enough. We're here before you saying we can do more. We can come together and create a thriving and diverse neighborhood that will benefit everyone. I envision Little Bohemia as a destination neighborhood between the old market and the zoo. I envision it as a safe, walkable, and inviting space where small local businesses offer a unique experience to the already culturally diverse area. With a focus on safety, traffic, and beautification, I think the Little Bohemia BID would help grow the neighborhood and mutually benefit everyone. The BID would create a space for all businesses to find common ground, address the issues that we see daily, because we are the boots on the ground, and the best suited to strategically create a plan of action that would benefit the neighborhood for many years to come. I see the BID as a place where we can all come together and discuss issues, weigh pros and cons, and sometimes make difficult decisions, much like the ones made in this room. Our goal has always been to bring new people to the historic neighborhood and offer a unique experience. I've said, let's not be in Little Bohemia, let's be part of it. Let's get together and share our successes, our failures, our frustrations, our ideas, and our solutions. Let's not create barriers, let's break them down. Listen to each other, be considerate, and come together to create something great. This neighborhood has a soul, a spirit, a charm, and history. These are the reasons why we've all selected it as our homes and our businesses. It needs an advocate to preserve its culture and heritage. It needs an advocate for its future. And that challenging role needs unity, and that role needs a vision. And I believe the BID can fill that role. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maddie McGee. I live at 4670 Pierce Street, but I work for Dundee Bank at 1407 South 13th Street. I have had the pleasure of working with some of the Little Bohemia business owners as a past board member on the Little Bohemia Business Association. I have seen great strides in the last 2 years for the area, and I know that the creation of a BID in this area would take this momentum and help foster a safe and vibrant district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Holly Barrett, Downtown Improvement District, 1620 Dodge Street. Little Bohemia neighborhood is our immediate neighbor, and 13th Street, several folks have already mentioned it, is a gateway coming right into Old Market and into downtown and back out again. Being able to collaborate and having entities in place that I can go to and share issues and hear from them in exchange is absolutely invaluable. I would also point out that the zoo, which is the #1 tourist attraction in the area, in the state, is also contained right there within that entire corridor. And being able to really have some maximized services there, maximize advocacy, and extra eyes in place would be absolutely important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Burek, 7905 South 45th Avenue. I grew up in Little Bohemia. My father grew up in Little Bohemia. My grandfather settled in Little Bohemia from Bohemia. And so we have over 110 years tied to that neighborhood. And I'm proud to be a business owner at the check-in, occupying the space with Katie at Fizzy's next door in the former Bohemian Cafe, the beloved Bohemian Cafe. And it's an honor to be part of that. I think my father would be honored. And so seeing the business improvement district come to reality would be, I think, an awesome thing for this neighborhood, and to continue the momentum that we have tried to build over the last 4 years. And again, great fellow business owners that have really poured a lot of heart and soul into this business area, especially during, like Katie mentioned, right at the beginning of the pandemic is when we were really we're starting to take off, because we opened about 3 months before it hit as well. So anyway, thanks to Louis for all his work, and hopefully it will not be for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? I think one more, right? Okay.
Hi, my name is Patrick McNally. I live at 1417 South 14th Street. I am here to represent my family's interests. We moved into the neighborhood when I was a kid in '91, so we've been long-term residents. We have a commercial property that will be in the BID, and we have some residential properties that are outside of it. And we just think this is a great opportunity for the area to grow, to get better, and like many people have said, 13th Street has really, for a long time, needed something done to be a better representation of Omaha as people go to the College World Series and downtown. So we support it, and we would hope that you do too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bernard Innenbosch, Deputy City Attorney, not so much as a proponent, but obviously you have some protests that have been filed in this particular case, and you have to rule on those protests prior to the end of the hearing today. So I thought it important, there's a couple pieces of information that I thought it was important that you have. Obviously, pursuant to Nebraska Revised Statute 19-4027, when a BID chooses the assessment model, a special assessment model, if there are more than 50% of the people who have accessible units in that particular district protest at the public hearing before the council, then that BID cannot be created. And I think there's a couple pieces of information that I wanted to get in the record. First, I have a document that is a list by parcel identification number, owner name, valuation, and type of property according to the Douglas County Assessor, that was generated by the Planning Department in October of this year when we knew we were moving forward. It was a document that had to be created so that we would have a list of properties that we had to mail notices to, which is a requirement of the BID ordinances. So I think it's important that you have that. That particular list of properties shows 89 parcels within the Business Improvement District. I know there's some disagreement in one of the communications by Mr. Dobb where he talks about a different number of parcels. I would submit to you that this is the list that's generated by planning based on the boundaries. And as you look at this list, there's a valuation assigned to each of the parcels with the exception of 2 which are exempt. So I do want to give that to the city clerk to make part of the record. And then the second item I want to address are the number of we obviously received a number of protests. I thought it important that if you can project that for me, I'd appreciate it. I've never actually used it before, so this is, and I wanted to go through and identify those protests and identify however many. So as I indicated to you, and you look at the bottom of the page, it talks about the number of parcels in the area according to the data provided by the planning department based on the boundaries. There's 89 parcels within the boundaries of the BID. If you look at the type assigned by the Douglas County Assessor, 25 of those parcels are residential, and pursuant to the ordinance that's before you, those residential properties are not assessed. So I think pursuant to 27-4027, they're not going to be considered assessable units. And then there are two exempt properties. One's, I think, a post office, and the second is a property owned by a church, it looks like. So there's a total of 62 assessable parcels within the boundaries of the business improvement district, and that becomes important when you're looking at your 50% a number, because that's the denominator for the number. So at least based on what I've received, unless there's been protests that have come in since 11:30 today, I've gone through the protests, and obviously the first list of 5 at the top, I indicated was a combined protest. That was a communication from Mr. Dobb, and it was 4 different individuals, 5 different parcels. And then I went, then the individual protests, you'll see as I went through those, there's a couple I could not identify based on the signature, whose signature it was, but for the benefit of determining the number of protests, I'm assuming it's a valid protest. There were 2 issues that I noted in the protests that were filed. One, the protest by Mr. O'Dowd listed that he owned 3 parcels. But if you look at the records of the assessor's office, 1252 and 1254 are actually one combined parcel. So according to the records of the Douglas County assessor, he actually owns 2 parcels and not 3. And then one of the other protesters, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Marino, identified that he owned 2 parcels. One of those parcels is a residential parcel, so it would not be assessed. So when you look at it, doing the math as shown on this particular sheet, there are 18 protests, and I did the math, and you can all do it yourself. 18 parcels with protests, 62 assessable parcels, that's roughly 29%. So it doesn't meet the 50% ratio that is needed to stop the business improvement district on its tracks. Obviously, ultimately, it's going to be the council's will as to whether or not the business improvement is created and whether there's any changes. And I'm sure you'll have more questions for me later, so I will obviously be here to answer those questions. But I wanted to address the protest questions here at the very beginning, because you do have to make a decision prior to the time that the public hearing is closed, which is usually the time that you would call me up and ask me questions. So,
Thank you for that.
and I do have copies of that, the summary sheet, if the council members would like it.
Thank you. I'm sure we may call you up for further comment on that too. Luis.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I understand that the BIDs are different. They're set up differently, and I probably would be opposed, but after hearing the proponents, it seems like they want to come together in a forum. So they've chosen the BID format to come together. I'll just add that they could have come together differently. Robert's Rules of Order allows people to assemble, or outlines ways to assemble. And I agree that this is a place that a lot of people were enthusiastic about before the pandemic, and I wish them luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents today that want to speak? Seeing none, we'll move to opponents.
Russell S. Dobb, 2800 South 110th Court, Omaha, Nebraska, attorney representing 4 of the industrial categorized opponents to the BID. To the left of me is Dave Hempel, who is an industrial a protester for the formation. And before we're done, we'll have 2 more live industrial witnesses. I don't think my role here today is so much to talk about the law so much as to give all of you a real feel for there's something extremely unusual happening here. It's a massive area for industrial activity today, which generates 200 to 300 trucks a day going down this street as a major artery from Leavenworth to I-80. Now that's verified by traffic studies submitted in 2018 called a walkability study, but it's an intense amount of industrial activity generated by a multitude of industry and businesses. It's extremely unusual because what would happen if we had 300 trucks going down Farnham or through the Old Market or down Maple Street in a BID? It creates a very, very different dynamic. So letting the actual owners testify about that, the situation will then turn to a couple legal facts. We'll present evidence to you that there's 19 people who have opposed the ones who are the industrial, and then there's 19 other opponents. They collect to 19. That's a fairly substantial number. The real question is, at the end of the day, is there 50% of the unit owners, whether they be millionaires or a small business owner, that come together and compose 50%? There's another legal issue involved, and that is that a BID, as I understand it, and I've only had a lot of experience with tenants, but never so much with BID formation. But the BID and its statute says that the assessment for retail and promotion is principally a function for retail. So it would automatically say that if you were going to equalize and fairly tax the rest of the members, you would not include industrial people to pay the bills for promotion as called by in the statute, which is for retail. So that raises a question, and then we proceed on to another one that's very important, and that is, if in fact you find that the evidence is that the industrial segment of this BID cannot be fairly taxed as compared to all of the other witnesses and their retail purposes, you have a choice. And then the statute says there can be a consideration by the council not to attack the boundaries of the existing BID, but to have another one with it. Now that's not one in it, that's another one with it. In Lincoln, there's a downtown district that has 4 BIDs in it, and they're all separate. The reason that's relevant is that if that's viable and there is a showing to the council that it's appropriate, the council can actually consider that. The problem then is that the statutes specifically say, as I understand them, and Barnard will have to say his, it isn't a layover situation. The statute specifically says, which I can read, but I'll read it later after some testimony. It specifically says that a continuance will be granted when the council is faced with a situation of other districts being involved in the application. And that district could be considered in a situation where it's an automatic continuance to allow for that presentation to come back and be considered by the BID people, by city planning, to see what it would propose. Now, the protest that I filed says as follows: a number of people that are not in the BID. And what you'll see is that from Leavenworth Street all the way to I-80, this selected core of where this BID is excludes a significant number of business stakeholders on the north and south of the core section. Best example is that is Walker, Midwest Tire, Johnson Hardware, Chicago Lumber, and then if you go on the south side, you don't have the Sokol Auditorium. You have some a fairly good-sized bar, and when you get all the way up to the very south end near the interstate, you have some businesses there, and if they show and they make a showing, which I believe they have in my protest, they're willing not to fight these people. They're willing to put $30,000 on the table for a traffic study. Now hold it. Safety. Everybody's talking about it today, right? Safety is a complicated subject. So they offer and they represent in their original documents, I'll put them into evidence, that their primary function of the BID when it was being proposed was to have a traffic study. Now that would have had engineers talk about safety in a logical way, perhaps not like Councilwoman Melton would say also in a real way, but you got to remember these are industry trucks. This is the post office delivering, and it's major artillery to supply the mail for the state of Nebraska comes in and out of that post office. These guys aren't rookie drivers. Now they might speed, but they're safe drivers. So when you look at safety, safety is a function of a study, granted. This proposal started out with these folks saying, we will do a study. The proposal, the plan, and I caution everybody, look at the plan. We know that in common sense is all BIDs start small, then they get big, then they assess more, then the tentacles go out. They need a lot of cohesive confidence and of belief in it. And that's by everybody. No one here testified that cared about industry. It was all about the retail. So all these people said in their protest was $30,000 for an architectural study. Now the 2008 study for this district done by Olson Engineers, it specifically recommended one thing to be done for this district, and it was to put in streetscape. It was going to save a 4-lane highway. It was not going to let curbs come out. There was going to be no islands in it. They did say that there were ways that safety could be applied to it, but they made one big recommendation. It'll be an exhibit in evidence. They said they recommended streetscape, and they said that streetscape would cost dollars, and but it would not beautify the area. It would calm it down. It would bring in trees. It would bring in other features as a major feature, just like Underwood. Okay, they didn't do the safety the safety study. They just elected not to do it. Well, they told everybody they were going to do it as a primary mission. So all that the folks have now done is said, wait a second, we would like to be a partner in this, but what we'd like to do is, as they did in Lincoln, we can compose a separate BID around it. Doesn't have to go inside it. Doesn't have to take any of the purpose away of the one that's there. We can propose that. We'll do it immediately. It'll cost initially $30,000 for architecture. Why is architecture important? It's to bring the value and the aesthetics of that area into consistency with its history, its intentions and its purposes. So that's on the table. If it's on the table and if that statute is correct, that statute says a continuance is appropriate. If it is, then we got a lot of work. Doesn't have to take very much, probably a month and a half to get it put together. Take a little bit longer to put the study, but we can get a plan on the table for a BID, a companion BID, that would bring something. Now, what's it bring? It's hard to imagine. I would say this. Why would a developer turn down the money of Johnson Hardware, Chicago Lumber, Midwest Tire, going south about a bar, Sokol? Why would they turn down the opportunity for that money to be placed into this district to create architectural improvements to it? Why would they do that? I wouldn't do it, especially timing. We've got a $25,000 budget here, which basically I think under the statutes principally retail. $25,000 is not going to get us much, and it's a fixed budget for 3 years. Well, are we just not kind of telling everybody the truth? Or are we going to actually come back and start an increased assessments? They'll talk about that, what they've heard. But the point is, it'll take a while. But if business that has money in their pocket decides to contribute to that growth, why would we turn our face to that? It doesn't make any sense. So all I would say is, if the statute says, if we brought it up properly, if in fact these three businessmen, industrial people stand up and say that they have businesses been there for years, they sell things all over the United States, parts, repair things, steel. They're not selling food or tacos, their industry. Advertising and Christmas decorations don't do them any good, but they're willing to pay more money to put in streetscape. And you'd say, well, why would we turn that away? It's a development opportunity that can happen now, not 3 years from now or 5 years from now. So I'm just saying that there's a legal issue there. There's a legal issue with the composition between Bernard's 89 and my count is 78. Now, if there's 78 there, and the legal department can solve the difference between the count that Mr. Hempel will testify that he's checked against their numbers, if that number's wrong, and there's no other protest filed except a total of 19, they're only 2 away. If the numbers of the city in its count are wrong, or counted twice, you're going to hear it all, it may be a dead heat. But my proposal, it would say, don't call it now. If it's close and not risk the BID, freeze the vote count, have somebody solve the count, but don't make the BID be taken off the table. And the way you would do that is I would just ask these guys to say, hold it. Our opposition vote against it is in play. It's in play, but we won't exercise it. If you look at the secondary companion BID, then look at what it would do. It would bring industry together with retail. It would probably cause them to communicate a hell of a lot better and get together for the best of it all. So at that point, I'd introduce Mr. Hempel, and he's got his, some comments, and then he and I are going to show you why the exhibit with regard to the numbers is wrong.
Okay. And then just so I know too, how many folks are testifying against today? A couple more? Okay.
Just two
All right.
others. Yeah, we could use you two of them.
Okay. Go ahead.
Honorable Council, I'm Dave Hempel, 1255 South 13th Street. I'm the principal of Hempel Sheet Metal Works. We were founded in 1903. I am the 4th generation owner, following in the footsteps of my great-grandfather, grandfather, and uncle. We have been in our current location since 1947 and have increased our square footage from 8,000 to approximately 24,000 square feet since. Through the years, we have developed a wide range of customer base, ranging from almost every general contractor, electrical contractor, mechanical contractor, and architectural firms in the metro area. We also work in, and provide products for the hospitals, food processing plants, and industrial and commercial facilities throughout. We provide products for the infrastructure of the city, including concrete forms for roads, sewer inlets, and large electrical cabinets that you may recognize on the new orbital bus stops that have been painted by all the local artists. You may recognize some of our iconic projects, such as the stainless steel canopy above the main entrance of the First National Tower, the sculptures on the exterior and interior of the Omaha Community Playhouse, and the Welcome to Omaha marquee in the south terminal of Epley Airfield. We also ship nationwide. Examples of that would be all the steel and bronze church fixtures for the newly remodeled Crystal Cathedral in Orange County, California, along with specialty projects for Charles Schwab in California, Texas, Chicago, and New Jersey. We currently have 16 employees, of which 12 are union. The 13th Street corridor has always been a key component for us, as we have anywhere from 8 to 10 trucks, including straight trucks, fifth wheels, and semis dropping off materials and shipping out product daily. The proposed ideas that the BID offers, such as general maintenance, lighting, decorations, beautification, promotion, and safety, will not benefit our business. We advertise through word of mouth and our website. As far as safety is concerned, there is a very low budget to make an impact for safety. There are no costs shown for infrastructure changes. The maintenance is already done by the city. I would be in favor of creating a second BID that is more inclusive of the existing 13th Street owners, that would help pay for an architectural study including planning of roadscape infrastructure and improvements. I am sure if I have asked the federal government if they have been included in the BID, or asked them if the federal government had been included in the BID, but the documents show they will be assessed according to the publication that we received. I have been told that the primary developer had stated that his goal is to continue to develop and to push industrial businesses out. If this was not true, why would an offer to bring in more business to increase the budget to help with infrastructure be rejected? Thank you.
Thank you.
So what, could I approach the council and
To submit documents? Yeah.
provide just a couple little things? I don't mean to overburden everybody, but what Mr. Hempel's going to do in a second is he's going to testify about that count, that
Okay.
number of people.
I'll have you hand it to the clerk here.
She has it already.
No, we'll still hand it out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just give one of these to each council people.
Yeah.
And if you would give one of these. Thank you.
And then realize that we do have other testifiers, and I'm sure lots of questions. Just be mindful of the time if you would.
Okay.
So, well,
Are we ready to put something up here?
Go ahead.
put the,
You have it.
let's see, I might need it to get a clean one when she comes back. She doesn't need one.
Go ahead.
We need our displays. She has them.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Okay.
I think they're waiting for their display item there. Somebody,
Does she have an extra?
There should be an extra one there.
do you need a packet to start? Yeah, here you go.
I just need this one.
Oh, we'll share. Here, we'll share.
So tell the council what this first page is, and
Yeah, it's gonna have to be like this. This first page is a publication that we received with the BID notice that shows all the properties on the, in the boundaries that are going to be assessed. If you notice in the far right column, each one of those figures is a special assessment. You see it right there. And then on the left, there's the addresses of each one of the property owners in the district. And then beside that are the designations of commercial, industrial, residential, all the way down. There are a total of 80 owners on this list. This is a list that Bernard.
second and third pages of what they have.
Which one?
They have those. They're the
Oh,
second, third, and fourth pages.
Okay, the second, third, and fourth you already have. That's the ones Bernard showed you today. He came up with 29, and if you look here, you'll see that on this one here, we have Scott Hoffman. That's not on our list. 1211 South 14th Street is not on our list. Mosaic at 1258 South 13th Street is not on the list that we received. When I say our list, that's a list that we received with our documents. 1314 South William Street is not on the list. 1468 South 13th Street is not on our list. 1408 South 12th Street is not on that list. And then down below, we have 2 Vision 13 LLCs on our list, and you can see there's 4 of them on that list. TKNEAS LLC is on this list here once, and it's up on the top twice. On our list, it only shows up once. Bohemian Village LLC is on there twice without an address on one of them. And Dundee Bank has 4 listings on this particular sheet, which you'll be able to see, so I'm not doing this very well. Here we go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the list that we received there was only 3. So what I did when I did this composition of numbers is I took our list, which is 80, and when I looked up on the city map, you'll see that 1482 South 13th Street, 1432 South 13th did show up, but P2 Partners did not. There's no match for those. So we learned that that's been consolidated into one piece of parcel, one piece of property. So we came up with 78, he came up with 89, and that's the spread when we're looking at the total numbers of listings.
And just to ask the witness, the first list you got was given to you by the BID proponents?
Yes, it was. This came in the mail with the ordinance.
And does it show that the U.S. Post Office is in the matrix?
It doesn't show U.S. Post Office on there, no.
Is there in fact a lot on that matrix that is committed to the U.S. Post Office?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge as to whether the U.S. and that does that show that the U.S. Post Office is being assessed?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So there's an entity called Mosaic. Are you familiar with what it is?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You don't know whether
the address is right across the street from us, but it's owned by the LeClaire family right now.
But Mosaic it is listed on the city's roster
yes,
as an owner, right?
Yes, it is.
And could that be a tax exempt non-for-profit? Mosaic.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if I can summarize, I think the point you're making is we have the list. You're questioning if parcels have been counted correctly based on the information you're presenting.
I think we need to get together, and we need to do and by the way, you did your work against assessor records from the
city. Yes.
So
on the property lookup.
My point is, if we're going to get to that 50, and we're at 19 total protests, we get down to 2 or 3 that are critical, and we have a spread between the lists of 8 or 9.
Okay.
So we have to get to that issue at some point. I don't know how you solve it today, but that does have to be done.
Okay.
All right. So now I'd ask the witness to go through just quickly a couple other points.
Then I'll have you summarize these next points pretty quickly if you can, so we can get to the other testifiers, and I'm sure we'll have questions.
If I could, I'll testify what he'll say, and if he'll say that's it,
Okay.
that'll cut it down. Okay.
Go ahead.
Just stand your second, Dave.
Okay.
What Dave will say, and what several of the witnesses will say, that when this started out, I'll have it. It's an exhibit. TV ad went on TV, and it said the priority #1 project once this BID proposal moves forward is to go to the traffic study. He'll say that didn't done. He'll say that the city sent out a letter for this meeting, and it said there would be infrastructure. There's not a penny of infrastructure in this $25,000 deal. So that again, if there was infrastructure, that might be cause a fair amount of taxation to occur to other people. He would also then say that the witnesses would also say that at one point in time, the BID represented that no increase in assessment would occur during the 3 years. Wouldn't say that's how much it allowed for. They said it would not be increased. That's not in the ordinance. So then there was, in the written TV articles, talks about controlling traffic. There was talks about a center median, which would impact on industry, and that was addressed to them. But a very important thing, he would say that this industry down there has been afraid for years about the idea of to what degree traffic would be altered that would affect their bottom line and perhaps cause them to leave. So if I was doing, or if he were doing or testifying, he would say that in the presentation method here, it's just as important what's not told as it is what's told. So if all of the people, including the total of 19, were told all of it, I would have to say that they would all now say that they know that the 2018 traffic study, which they did not know until this started, that 2018 study said they would not impact on the 4-lane road. So had that been done, we would have been bringing a lot more comfort to this process. But again, if you move it into talking about how people have gotten to the point where you have these many protests, some of these representations did not occur. Would that be your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So now, so at that point, let me ask Tomasek to come forward. Let's see. He has a short one.
Okay, we'll have two more opponents, is that correct?
Two.
Okay.
I only got 42 pages.
It's only 7
Name and
o'clock,
address.
go for it.
Oh. Hello, my name's Mike Weiland. I'm owner and operator of Tomasek Machine Shop. My home address is 3019 South 30th Street. Okay, let's see here. We have 5 employees, and we've been in business on 13th Street for 78 years. We provide general machine work and welding services. Unlike most machine shops, we do not rely on CNC programmable machinery. We are a traditional skilled machinist and provide specialized services not available surrounding area. We specialize in heavy industrial repair and fabrication. In addition to serving individuals within local community, our regular customers include Lyman Ritchie, Cargill, Kellogg, Greater Omaha Pack, Kiewit, Hawkins, Varana, Offutt Air Force Base, Henry Dorley Zoo, City of Omaha, Council Bluffs, OPPD, MUD, and I can go on and on. But we've been on 13th Street since 1945, which speaks to the history and longevity of the industrial business in the area. The corridor has been critical to our business by providing direct routes to the interstate as well as downtown, and restricting the access would provide extremely harmful to my business as well as to many other area 3/4 of a century, and ultimately drive us out. The organizers have not been fair nor fully transparent with their intentions of road changes, nor were they any infrastructure costs brought to my attention. I was told about assessment fee, that there would be no increase for 3 years. Further, the BID organizers have been very calculated with the boundaries of the BID, despite repeated requests to omit the industrial businesses, given that we would stand to gain no profit or benefit from such a BID. We have always relied on word of mouth and long-standing customers for business. We do not beautify projects and promotion and promoting the residential experience. These costs provide zero value and no return for my business, which I have expressed to the BID board representatives as reasons for excluding my business from the boundaries. These types of projects only seek to benefit the bars, restaurants, and resident experience. The BID would start small and then go after additional property owners, expanding their area of control. As I mentioned, the organizers have not been transparent because I believe they would have received more opposition from owners in the area. Had they been more forthright, it would have shown how unfair the assessment was to some business owners based on the value they would get in return. It has been verbally stated that the objective is to run the industrial business out of the Little Bohemian altogether. The lack of transparency and fairness demonstrated so far has supported that mission. I would support the idea of a second BID that was more inclusive of 13th Street owners, one that benefits all of us, providing value in a more equitable capacity. Thanks.
Okay,
Mike.
thank you.
Did you hear my earlier statement that if you were asked and you testified to the details about representations and about the other elements that Mr. Hempel said, that you would virtually testify the same way?
Yes.
Then the last witness would be Sean.
Good evening. My name's Sean Coulterman, address 515 North 38th Street, Omaha, Nebraska. And our business is a commercial masonry contracting company called Chem Contractors. My wife's great-grandpa founded the company in 1910, and we build the brick, block, and stone elements of churches, schools, hospitals, hotels, office buildings, etc., all around the city from North Platte to Western Iowa up to Sioux City. So our customers and clients are all over the place and not local to 13th Street. But our old office, the city told us in 2008 that we were moving. They used eminent domain and purchased that space in order to expand the Sienna Francis house. And so we found space on 13th Street that was zoned industrial and seemed fitting with a lot of the other industrial businesses that moved a lot of traffic up and down 13th Street. As 13th Street has changed, it's and becoming more developed, it's both fun, but it's also frustrating from a safety perspective and a parking perspective, which the two issues I believe are interrelated. And as the continued development progresses with a 59-unit apartment building and 24 parking stalls in a parking garage for that unit, that's only going to make those issues worse with traffic, especially parking spilling into side streets, potentially into those school areas that others have mentioned about concern with safety for school kids crossing streets, etc. So we don't advertise traditionally. Our estimating department is our advertising marketing budget, and so the beautification aspects of the BID budget don't really do anything for us from a promotion standpoint. A nice neighborhood is a nice neighborhood and a nice place to go to work, but it doesn't have any benefit at all to our business. Traffic study, again, something that I've come to learn, I'll reiterate very briefly, is that 4 lanes of traffic, the volume is not desired to be changed at all through the BID, but slowing down traffic is something that is of interest to, I believe, all businesses, including industrial businesses, so a traffic study does seem appropriate, or at least follow through on a traffic study. And that infrastructural cost, I don't believe, is included in the initial budget for the BID. That's something that would be important, and I think that's one of the reasons that a second BID would be beneficial for the industrial businesses and would also have ancillary benefits for the additional retail businesses.
Okay.
Again, on the intent to start small and then add in, I think the opposition from our perspective is only to pause, as I think the request is, to be more inclusive of the businesses, to be more collaborative with the planning from the industrial side, to work better with the retail side. So instead of pushing forward, a pause would be appreciated, and I think participation would increase significantly by those industrial businesses. I'm one of the people in an odd position that I'm on the board for the BID, and I'm protesting at the same time. Not to be contrary to the BID, but to say I don't think it's being formulated the right way the first time. I think it needs to be more inclusive. And at a board meeting we had, there was unanimous support to request a delay initially and have additional conversations, take the high road, try to work together to further the interests of all the businesses in the neighborhood. But after a couple of phone calls from Tom McClay and Danny Bagley to say that the votes were in the bag to proceed with the BID, the other members of the board changed their minds. I think that a big issue that's been brought up is against the protest is that there's a disingenuous nature to the protest. And I think that is absolutely false. There's a sincere motivation by people who've had businesses on 13th Street, not just for decades, but for generations, to be inclusive, to be involved in the process, and to have a larger voice in the governance of the BID. If that can't be achieved, then starting a second BID, as Russ has described, that would be outside of the other BID, but would be forced to work in collaboration with it. So,
okay.
Very briefly to say, we were forced out of our first office by the policy of eminent domain. I would, rather than being finessed out by the pressure of development dominion and its creep on the industrial business corridor that 13th Street has provided to maintain the financial viability of a district for a long period of time, I'd rather have it be my choice.
Okay. Thank you.
Sean, just one last question. There's been some comments made. You heard what essentially the testimony or statement I made, if you would mirror most of all I said.
Yes.
Okay, you've also heard a couple of people suggest that it's been suggested that there's some attitude about impacting negatively on industry. Have you actually ever been involved in any conversations about that?
I have been involved in multiple conversations.
Okay. And any conversations with Mr. McClay?
Yes.
And what were they about?
About the development. The nature of development is to keep developing and push us out.
Okay. And when did that occur?
It was 2 to 3 years ago.
Where did it occur at?
At Field Club.
And you hope that has people moved away from that?
It sounds like the interest of the BID, if I am characterizing it, I'm taking people at face value. I believe the interest is to move away from that. However, I've been approached by another developer very recently that said the exact same thing.
I'm going to encourage you guys to summarize your comments. We do have a number of lights on here. Are you finished with your
I'm going to close
testimony?
Couple things.
Yeah, briefly, please.
For formality, I would say that all of the exhibits that you have been presented to the clerk, marked exhibits 1 through 11, and I'd offer those. I would also say that we have to resolve this question about the accuracy of the numbers. And most importantly, at this point, just to keep it focused, Statute 1940-28 states as follows. If the City Council decides to change the boundaries of the proposed business improvement district, then it's an or, you flip the or, then another or, then it says, or districts from those recommended by the Business Improvement District. There's an automatic continuance to have that occur and be evaluated by the BID and the people involved. It's also clear from 1940-21 and from 1940-29 that it's both of them specifically say that a second BID can be formed if it's proposed. And the one that's the most critical says that if it is found that the improvements to be included in one business area offer benefits that cannot be equally assessed together under the Business District Act, more than one business improvement district as part of the same plan may be proposed. It's in the statutes, two of them that authorize the second one, and then the one that says if it comes up, a continuation occurs to let that be evaluated. That's all we're asking to do, because I think it's a opportunity. It would seem to me there's no risk. The last element of this that I think is important, because someone, I did say it in your exhibits, and Councilwoman Johnson, you asked about drawings. Mm-hmm. In your booklet, there are 3 color drawings, and they were designed by Olson Brothers in the 2018 study. And as I said, that study suggested that a BID be available to allow to contribute towards streetscape. Those 3 pictures show what streetscape could look like on 13th Street. Pretty significant, because we know this is the stuff that's in every other district in Omaha. Thanks a lot. Maybe you got too much daub there, but I apologize.
Thank you. We're going to close public hearing. We have a number of lights on. Oh, sorry, we're not. Mr. Kuzy, since this is unusual, we don't typically have this this procedure in front of us. Normally at this time I would close the public hearing and to get to council member questions, but your advice on the process and what we must do at this juncture given the protest.
Matt Kuzy, Law Department. As Mr. Indenbosch indicated earlier, the council needs to rule on the protests before closing the public hearing.
Okay. So perhaps we can go to questions first before dealing with that? Would that be your advice?
Yeah, there's no problem with having questions of the people in the room and Mr. Indenbosch.
Yeah, let's do that. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
So, Bernard, I'll ask you to come down if you could, please. So I don't know because I think part of the question on the protest is the numbers. So I'm going to ask a couple questions about the numbers. And I'm going to, I probably shouldn't do it this way, but I'm going to. So I'm going to take the number 78, which is what was provided to us on Exhibit 5 by Mr. Dobb, wherein it says total parcels. I'll try to summarize. They come up with 78 rather than 89. Let's leave your 89 on the side for just a minute, for argument's sake. But then there's some math that's being done here that shows that there's some non-assessed residences of 27, which is probably actually that number jives with what you had.
No, it doesn't. Because I think what Mr. Dobb did is he included multifamily residential, which by the terms of the ordinance is assessed. Single-family residence is not assessed.
Okay.
So there's 25 single-family residents, so those would be the ones that aren't assessed. So I think
and
there's
then there's an additional 2 in your numbers. So I'm going to take that 27 number though, and subtract that even from the 78, and we get to 51. But then he backs out 10 TIF properties, and I think there was I think I got this. You can't back those out because they can be assessed because they're already paying taxes.
Correct.
They're paying the baseline tax today.
Well, and I think if there's a difference between my 89 and his 78 is because he's saying, hey, some of those TIF parcels might be counting twice because one's the base and one's the increment.
Because they've been divided.
But you can't take them out twice,
Yeah.
which is what I think has effectively been done. But even if you say 40, and you take out the residential one that clearly can't be a protest, you're still less than 50%.
No,
there's under no circumstance.
And I think by a number still.
Yeah.
It's not, with all due respect, I don't think it's within one or two. It's still substantial.
And there's some talk about Mosaic. If Mosaic is renting the property out, then it would be taxed. And based on, I mean, whether you like the numbers or not, the spreadsheet that I provided to you is from the Douglas County Assessor, and it says this is what the assessed value is, which is what people are paying taxes on.
Right.
Obviously, the post office is exempt. They would not be asked to pay anything in this particular BID. But in any event, I apologize for going beyond your question.
No, that's okay, because I think, but part of me then, I don't know if you can answer this part of it now. Maybe it's not within the realm of dealing with the protests, but the commentary as it relates to the continuance, is that something that I can ask at this point, or?
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
Okay, can you explain
Sure.
to me your reaction on the request for the continuance?
So there are two particular statutes that I think Mr. Dobb references, and I think there's, though I think they've been kind of mismatched a little bit in the conversation, I think that he referenced both, and they both say what they say. 2940 or 19-4028, which basically says if a business improvement district is before you and you want to expand its boundaries, or if a BID that exists currently wants to expand its boundaries, in either of those situations, if you decide you want to expand the boundaries, then I think by law, you do have to continue the public hearing 15 days to allow notice to be served to those people that are in that additional area that you're adding, which makes sense. If we're going to put additional property in the BID, they're entitled to the same notice that everybody else who's here today had. So,
but is that by a vote of the board of the BID, or is it an individual protester that can make that request?
It's neither. It's
Okay.
ultimately the decision, at least for the purpose of today, it's if the council feels like there's a desire to expand the properties that are in it. Now, you're correct that we've had instances, Blackstone being the most prominent one, where they wanted to increase the size of their BID. So we came back to you under 19-4028 and came back to you for a whole new public hearing to expand the boundaries. And we had to tell all those people. So for the 19-4028 deals with both those circumstances, but in the context of why we're here today and what Mr. Dobb was talking about, he's correct. If you guys want to increase the properties that are in this business improvement district, then you have to continue the public hearing at least 15 days to allow for notice. The second provision that he talked about, which is 19-4021, a little different provision. And that provision actually initially talks about when we created the business improvement area back in February of 2022. Mm-hmm. But it does indicate in that statute, the Business Improvement Board shall make recommendations to the City Council for the establishment of a plan or plans for improvements in the business area. That's what you have before you. If it is found that the improvements to be included in one business area offer benefits that cannot be equally assessed together under the Business Improvement Act, more than one business improvement district as part of the plan for improvement for the business area may be proposed. So you could, if you felt that property couldn't be specially assessed. Now, I would tell you, I don't think you have that difficulty. I think you'd have that difficulty in situations where maybe there was a parking garage that was benefiting these people and something that was way over here. In this particular case, you're talking about security, you're talking about maintenance, you're talking about promotion, and I also disagree that promotion only deals with retail. When we talk about special benefits under the Business Improvement District, we're not talking about special benefits for business, we're talking about special benefits for the property. And so you can have circumstances where the business may say, I don't really care about promotion, but if we're doing promotion for the area and your property is increasing in value because of that particular promotion, your property may be specially benefiting while your business may not care, depending on the type of business you have. So those are two different things, and you could certainly, and that doesn't require a continuance. But if you were going to say, hey, we think there should be two different BIDs, practically maybe it requires a continuance, but the law doesn't require a continuance. And I know it's complicates things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So going back then to dealing with the protest, is knowing that there's some discrepancy in the numbers, how would you, as our legal representative, suggest we proceed?
Well, I would argue, I mean, certainly you could say we want to work it out. On the other hand, there is no scenario under which they meet their burden. So whether there's a slight disagreement about one or the other, ultimately doesn't make a difference. There's a burden of establishing that there's protests, and even under their analysis, which I think there's some demonstrative errors in, it doesn't meet that particular burden.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
I'll defer to Councilmember Melton, and I'll come around on the end. Thank you.
Just go anywhere, Bernard. I just had a couple quick questions for you. I guess that what I was going to say, that the two statutes, unless the city council wants to expand the business improvement district, there's no continuance. The continuance is for purpose of notice.
As we sit here today,
right?
Correct. That is not. That is not to say that the BID itself could obviously choose to expand its boundaries, but that's not what we're here today.
But that's not in front of us today. What I'm trying to do is,
yes, correct.
what's in front of us today?
Yep.
What would need to be in front of us in order to require the shall continue?
Yep.
So unless any council member here on their own wants to expand the boundaries of the BID, and I'm not really hearing any of that, unless Mr. Bagley's going to surprise me. I'm not hearing any of that, so I don't think that's at issue. So what we consider right now is, because we're considering a protest, so to me, whether I like it, I don't like it, whether I think there should be traffic studies or gardens planted, that doesn't matter. For the protest, I have to look at what are the number of properties and is there 50%?
Correct.
So whether I
Whether it
believe
exceeds
everything
50%.
and I'm totally on the side of the industrial property owners or not, what we have to decide here is there 50%, more than 50% of the properties in the BID protest?
For purpose of your determination of your protest.
Purposes of determining the protest.
And if you denied the protest today, that doesn't mean that when you come back at your next meeting, when you actually have this item in front of you for adoption, that you're going to adopt it. Because you could deny the protest and ultimately say, look, we want you. We're not going to approve it in its current form. That'd be 100% your discretion.
Okay, but I'm just looking at, for purposes of the protest, I just need to look at the numbers.
Correct.
Because that pursuant to statute.
Correct.
And actually it doesn't really matter whether I use your number of properties or the protesters' number of properties, because we're still not at neither one. There's 18 protesters, correct?
I believe there's 18. They believe there's 19, but I think they're using a residential property that is not properly a protest, because it's not an accessible unit.
Okay. So I think there is no scenario though in which it's more than 50%.
Correct.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to. I just kind of wanted to clarify that, and also clarify what we are deciding. And we don't get to go into what we feel. We don't have to pick sides. My decision has to be on, is there more than 50% of the properties that qualify for the protest to say that the protest wins?
I mean, there's things in we haven't talked about it, there's a sunset term in the BID where it goes away after 5 years. You could, in your wisdom, next week, get rid of it, or you could say we want it to be 3 years because we want to be able to see success. I mean, there's things like that that you would have the flexibility to do on adoption, but that's not
right. But we can't.
That's not the action you're doing today.
The only thing that we're really doing today,
correct?
Because this was a public hearing, except we have to actually vote on the protest today.
Correct.
We can't vote or change anything else in regards to the BID. That
not
our
today.
only thing that we're gonna vote on today is a
Correct.
grant or denial.
Up, down,
of
or
the
changes
protest.
to the
Up, down,
BID or for
that's
the
it.
next meeting.
And I thank you for
Yep.
clarifying that, because I think it's important for everyone that today's vote really just is a matter of the numbers. I appreciate that, Bernard. No, it's okay, Bernard. I don't have anything further from you, so I will yield.
May I make a remark about your question?
Only if a council member calls you up. I would say I agree with that.
Yes, I'm calling them up.
Well, you're not in the queue yet. I was just going to say that I agree with that analysis. That is the only item before us today, it otherwise being only public hearing. Next council member in the queue is Councilman Hook.
Man, do I got a lot to say. No, I really don't. But I got, well, Mr. Dow, I am going to call you up, but let me ask a few questions first. Mike, when was Thomasek started?
I'm sorry?
When was Thomasek Machine Works, oh, I'm sorry, would you come up to the mic, please? I'm new, I don't know all the tricks here, man, I'm sorry.
We were started in 1945.
Okay, and you took over for Rich, which was
In
the son,
2010.
and Rich was the son of the founder.
Yeah, Frank Thomas.
Frank, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I got for you.
Okay.
Bernard, this is your question.
Yes, sir. Bernard Indenbosch, Deputy City Attorney.
Would it be appropriate and within what's on the agenda today for the city council to amend the boundaries?
The city council,
With what's on the agenda,
I think the statute contemplates if when we're before the council at the public hearing, that the council's inclination is to increase the boundaries, that we would have to do the continuance. So there's really no choice. I think it would be appropriate for you to say a resolution to increase the boundaries, because even though it's not on the agenda.
could we reduce the boundaries?
I think you could do that next week when you're adopting the BID as a whole.
So,
Because that would not trigger the obligation of additional time.
so next week, if somebody was so disposed, they could make a motion to remove Kim, Thomasek, and Hempel.
You could have a we do an amendment to the ordinance, but yes, there could be an amendments to remove.
So the BID doesn't have to be contiguous.
Well, it would be extremely unusual to have a hole in a BID. I think some of the people who've protested are probably on the perimeter.
Two of them are.
It would be probably easier to do it in that case. I think it would be difficult to and potentially invite action by other members in the district if you were to remove one that was completely within its boundaries, though I'm not aware of any case that has occurred.
Okay, but there's nothing prohibiting us from doing that if city council wanted to do that.
Yep.
Okay. All right, that's all I got for you.
Okay.
Mr. Dow, I got one more comment to make. I'll make one more comment. You mentioned earlier that what the BID wanted to do, one of the things the BID wanted to do was to advocate for history.
Advocate for, I'm sorry?
Advocate for history. That was one of your agenda items that you felt the BID was going to do.
Okay.
You said that.
I don't think I said advocate for history, but sure, that goes along with the lines of what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. I heard somebody say advocate for history.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's I would agree with that. Sure.
Okay. And you are aware of the history of Hempel Sheet Metal, Thomasek Machine Works, and Chem Contracting, new to Little Bohemia, but business has been around since 110.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're very respective of those businesses, and even going farther back than that, when South 13th was a major area that had a lot of retail. before any of those businesses were there. But certainly, we respect that they've been there so long, and I think you'll see that's why we asked Sean Coulterman to be a part of our board, even though he disagrees with us, because it's important that we have those discussions and have insight from everybody, not just retail but industrial as well.
Thanks for bringing up Sean. That reminded me of another question.
Yeah.
Sean made some interesting comments. Were those all true and factual?
Well, so I obviously cannot speak to what Tom McClay and Sean Coulterman spoke about three years ago. Yeah, I would like to comment. I would like to comment on that. We had a meeting last week. So the letter that was proposed that talked about expanding the BID boundaries was penned and signed on November 2nd. We had a meeting shortly thereafter with everyone, including Sean, in the proposed board, where we certainly talked about and discussed and seemed like, hey, maybe we might discuss pushing this out a little bit. Sean then left in the middle of the meeting. He had to go to something else. We continued to meet. I called a couple people, and people called me, Tom McClay being one of them, and Danny Begley. I had called Danny Begley. My conversation with Councilman Begley was specifically around if we proceed with the BID, can we expand the boundaries immediately? Can we look to expand the boundaries immediately? And he said, sure. At no point was anyone counting votes or anything like that.
Okay, well, I don't want to
Yeah.
cut you short.
Yeah.
That wasn't specifically what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
To be a little more specific, Sean said that there was some discussions and a vote to there was a discussion. Sean made a comment. There was a discussion and a vote at a BID meeting to talk about laying it over to address some of the issues of the industrial groups.
Yeah.
That happened.
There was no vote. No.
There was no vote.
We never had
But there
anybody
was a-
raise hands. We certainly had discussion. I mean, that's, they in their letter, they talked about wanting to include more businesses, which in theory sounds great. And, certainly something that we would like to look at the day after this gets approved. Having said that, this letter that contained that information was delivered to us last Monday, a week ago yesterday. This was already on the agenda. And so that's when we ended up speaking, and I'd called Danny, and I said, or Councilman Begley.
I'm not going there. I'm just trying to get to the comment that Sean made, that he was at a BID meeting, and there was discussion about laying over your efforts until there could be some further negotiations with the industrial group.
Yeah.
That happened.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dobb, please.
I need to be sure that I've said this accurately. Maybe I didn't. The letter, the protest, don't talk about expanding the BID territory or boundaries. They talk about a second BID, and that's huge, because that brings the balance of the dollars to the table and the balance, I guess, between the governance of the two. So it's always, it's adding a companion BID, which is in the two statutes. And the most important one that I've said here is that if you read the express words of 1940-28, there are 3 words "or" in it. And if the council decides to change the boundaries, and then says or districts from those recommended by the business district, the hearing shall be continued for the time at least 15 days. So it's not a request to alter the boundaries. It's the one that is in the 2 other statutes. It says districts. So I don't want to be misunderstood. The thrust of it is, and all we're saying is that if that were true, and there were 15 days, the burden would be on the people proposing the district to offer a fairly concrete plan. It'd have to come to you right away. So I'm not requesting a continuance. I think the statute makes it mandatory, but with all due respect, I think there's 3 issues. One is the count, and Councilman Harding, I agree. That's why I put it in the protest. I actually kind of gave up the ship because I knew that I didn't have them all, but all of a sudden this morning in the mail, I got 5, 6 more. Didn't know what would happen. There may be more now, but I don't believe there are any more protests. But my point is that at that moment, if the second question of fact for the council, not just whether it's eligible or not, assume we're eligible, that the proposal is eligible because we can't defeat it. The statute says that you have to find that it's not possible to equitably tax and fairly tax for the benefit of all. And 3 of these industries say they have absolutely no purpose in wanting Christmas tree lights or flowers. So when you look at it and there's no infrastructure, which is a huge issue, because if there was infrastructure, which is what the protestants want to do, is put infrastructure in, if it had been there, you wouldn't be able to find that. You would flip to the third question, which is the ability to have a continuance, to have that extra companion boundary considered. So if you vote today that the votes aren't enough to beat it, the question is, what about the other 2 findings? When are you going to have those 2 findings? So, but if the finding is based on the evidence today, that these men said their businesses will have absolutely no benefit from it, that raises the second BID, and they need to have a shot at making that presentation to you. So, but I thank you very much. I don't mean to kick the can too hard.
Good. Mr. Bagley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Bernard, a couple questions for you. And I want to thank Councilmember Melton for one of the things I wrote down. If we don't reverse this today, we vote on it as it is right now. So is there any, Bernard, when we had multiple conversations, multiple meetings with the neighborhood people that wanted to form the BID, the numbers that were presented today, 89 versus 78, do you see any issues with the statutes as we are here right now on the numbers that you have and the 50% threshold that has to be met here?
No, I'm comfortable with the document that I submitted into evidence, but even if we were to agree with Mr. Dobbs, and Mr. Dobbs I think just conceded that there is not sufficient number of protesters to, as a matter of law, stop the BID from going forward, that's the only issue for you to decide today. Right. I mean, as I said in response to Ms. Melton's questions, that doesn't mean you may choose to vote it down at your next meeting based on the plan that was submitted, and that would be something you would be able to do.
Okay, and it was mentioned that going forward on the vote today, there was so much put out here. So let me back up and get my thoughts here. So it was said that the BID that we vote on that's proposed today, is there anything that stops anybody from expanding the BID, assuming this one gets formed?
Okay. So first of all, you're not voting on the BID today. So all you're voting on is whether there are a sufficient number of protests to stop the process from moving forward. There is nothing from the council saying either today or the BID at any point in the future coming to you and saying, we would like to expand the boundaries. Quite frankly, even if they want to expand the budget beyond what's in here, I mean, there's any number of things. If they want to change the assessment model that's in the ordinance, all those things would require coming back to you before they could do it, sending notice to every person in the district and having a similar public hearing. The legislature a few years back wanted to make it somewhat easier for BIDs to expand their boundaries, and that's when they amended 19-4028, the provision that Mr. Dobb talked about, which allows you at this hearing or at any point in the future, a BID can choose to expand its boundaries. Okay. It's very simple.
And I want to throw a little curveball here at you. Do you recall when the council hearing was on what the proposed boundaries were going to look like?
Certainly. The resolution was adopted on February 8th of 2022.
Okay. That was a year and a half ago.
Correct. And then I think the board members were appointed to the board starting in approximately June of 2022. And then I think Mr. Smith recounted in his presentation, talked about the dates that that I met with him and other people who were interested in the BID, and those dates were accurate.
Okay, thanks, Bernard. Louis, a couple questions for you, please.
Louis Smith, Dundee Bank.
Good evening, Louis.
Good evening.
So when you and I had conversations, and I have advocated for this from the beginning, but also I want to be very clear. I also advocated or conveyed to you, and you can confirm if I'm wrong here, because when we talked in the meetings with Bernard, and you and I have had coffee numerous times, is it fair to say that I put on your shoulders that going through this process, you needed to do outreach to everybody within that boundary, including the industrial businesses? Is that correct, or am I
Yes, that's correct.
imagining that?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yep.
and did you do that?
Yes, we did. We did that through a couple different ways. Obviously, this was a 2-year process. So we started out with conversations with those who we knew and could easily contact. After that point, I met with you and discussed the initial results. You told me to keep on pushing and talk to more folks. So at that point, we had went door to door and started speaking with everyone that we could. South 13th has a couple of properties that are that will be assessed, but no one lives at or currently occupies or has a business running out of. So it was harder to contact them, but we made every effort to contact them and contacted the vast majority of people affected.
Okay, and the reason for that is I learned from my colleagues who are great educators of me on processes that it's not the council member's job to go out and knock on doors and survey what people want. It's incumbent upon, when you formulated this process, you were tasked to do that, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and you did that in all kinds of outreach. You talked about
Yeah.
hand delivering letters, you had
Yeah.
meetings.
We had 2 town halls. So we had, there was advance notice of these town halls. We had one in the afternoon of August 29th, and then we had one after work, I think it was 6:30 on August 30th. Both with chances for folks to come and speak their mind about the BID and what they thought about it.
Okay, and that, again, I want to stress this from the beginning, was what I had asked of you, was to make sure this was transparent, and that, you know, with the industrial businesses, by the way, you got Hempel, you got Thomasek, Keim. It's great to hear the work they do. It's going back to 1945, 1947. Nobody is against the great work blue-collar men and women do in those places that have been here way before I was born. But is it fair to say that the BID wants to coexist with everybody within the boundary, including the industrial businesses?
Absolutely. I'll point again to having Sean Coulterman from Chem Contractors on the BID board, knowing full well that he was going to be against the BID in its current form, but sees the value of a BID down in Little Bohemia.
Okay. And I met with Mike and Dave in my office about 2 weeks ago, and we had a great conversation. And I understood what their position was. They sent me some questions that I think Mr. Dobb has addressed some of them here today. But I wanted this process to be transparent, and I believe it has been. And I will yield the rest of my time. I might have some more comments after. Thanks, Louis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Bernard, could I have you come up again, please? Did anyone else hear the building system shut down at 7?
No more air conditioning.
So I think I heard you say this, but that's why I wanted to have you come up and clarify. And knowing, again, this is only the public hearing today. The only thing that we are to address today is as it relates to the protest.
Correct.
When we get to next week, is there an opportunity for the continuance to be affected by the council at that time?
When you get to third reading?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You could continue this like you could any other item, and you can propose amendments to this item like every other item.
All right. So I think I'm going to do this. I'm not going to call the question because I think we're close to, oh, you are? Okay. Well, then, okay, I'll call the question. But before I do, I want to say to Russ and Dave and the others is.
Let's just say we didn't call the question, right?
I
If you're
didn't
still-
call.
if
I'm
you're still
thinking
talking.
about calling the question.
I paused.
I'm thinking.
Matt Kuzi, Law Department. I
That's a-
paused
that's a
because
little-
if you do say that word, then that triggers an
I said
action.
I think I meant to say I'm thinking of calling.
Okay.
Okay.
That helps.
Continue. And the next meeting, by the way, is December 5th, just for clarification.
Yeah, I know. Well, that might even be better, because what I was going to say to these gentlemen is, by the time we get to that point, I mean, we have a couple weeks, so I would probably, and I know you're probably sitting here today thinking it's not going to do any good, but I would try to reach out and have those conversations with the members of the board and see what, if any, if there's any room for advancement. Because today, again, we're only looking at whether or not to consider the protest. And then on the third reading and the vote, then we can, then if no resolution has been reached other than what we're considering, then there may be an opportunity for someone on this council to see about asking for a continuance. But so now I will call the question.
If I,
Sorry.
I think there's more lights on, and it's more than just calling the question, I think.
Point of clarification?
Not from the audience.
Mr. Kuzi,
Then let it die for lack of a second.
yes, procedurally, a call to question requires a second. Is that correct?
Matt Kuzi, Law Department. It does require a second.
Don't second it.
Okay, there is no second, I don't believe. So the call to question dies for a second. I believe Ms. Melton will handle this next issue.
If the floor is mine, thank you, Mr. President. The city council is in receipt of 18 written protests, which were filed in the manner contemplated by Nebraska Revised Statute, Section 194027. The protestants do not represent the record owners of over 50% of the accessible units in the proposed Little Bohemia Business Improvement District. So I hereby move to deny the 18 written protests dated based on the substance contained in the protest, and also because the combined number of accessible units of the protestants is less than 50%, regardless of which side's numbers we use.
I will second that.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Begley. Harding. Hug.
Yes.
Johnson. Johnson.
Yeah.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Melton?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Council members, are there any further lights on? Or if not, I'm going to end public hearing. Mr. Hug.
Before we move on, I want to publicly acknowledge the commitment and the dedication from not only my fellow council member, Danny Begley, but to Lewis and the rest of you and Sean for putting in the time and the effort, and Bernard, putting the time and effort to try to put together the BID. I'm learning more about it as we're sitting here. I know it's a lot of work, and it's thankless work, but I believe in your hearts, every one of you, I believe in your hearts, you're doing it for the pure intent of making not only 13th Street better, but Omaha better. So again, I want to thank my fellow council member, Danny Bigley, because I know he put a lot of time, effort into this, and we don't get paid overtime. And I hope you bought the coffee. So Councilman, thank you very much for your dedication.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. This item will next appear on the December 5th agenda. Thank you all for being here. We do have one more item to get to on the agenda. Thank you for staying. Madam Clerk.
Item 68, an ordinance reestablishing the North 24th Street Business Improvement District.
Public hearing on number 68 is today. proponents, please.
I'm not going to say a whole lot. Bernard Innenbosch, Deputy City Attorney. I just wanted to tell you the reason this item is before you was when the North 24th Street BID was created 4 years ago. We did had a sunset provision. It was actually a year shorter than most of them. So it's only been, we're in year 4. So it actually expires at the end of 2023. So that's why this item is before you. And I know Lavanya and others have a lot more to say than I do.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Good evening, council members. Lavanya Goodwin, North 24th Street, Business Improvement District, 3116 North 24th Street. Did anybody order the pizza? In 2018, a group of stakeholders in the North 24th Street Business Improvement District area, which is now the BID area, came together because there was a need to do more for the community. Many of you know that my father-in-law, Dan Goodwin Sr., was the first Black business to move north of Lake Street in 1955, breaking the red line. So there's history there. Not to mention my maternal grandmother being born in the area in 1902. So we've got a lot of history in the area. But today I want to talk to you about the progress we've made with the Business Improvement District. Through collaborative efforts, the North 24th Street Business Improvement District has undertaken several initiatives, one is which a $53 million project to make street improvements for the North 24th Street. We've raised year to date $9 million in federal and city funding for that project, and there's $4.8 million pending from federal government. We hope that this project will not only improve the walkability, the pedestrian safety. I mean, we've been hearing this all day about safer streets, continuous streets, improved sidewalks. We also hope that this plan will further be included in the broader urban core discussion for the city of Omaha. Not to mention, we have a robust safety and security plan. It's a comprehensive strategy that addresses crime prevention and promoting an economic growth through combating crime. In 2021, really within a half-mile radius of my barber shop, we had 25% of Omaha's homicides. We have worked not with just OPD, but with residents, with businesses, with business occupiers, with church members and pastors to reduce that number. And now we're looking at literally year to date, when you compare 2021 to 2022, reduction of that number by, depending upon your data point, 75 to 87%. I know you probably don't hear that number often, but we work very closely with the Northeast Precinct to ensure that number is accurate. Not to mention a 5% reduction of crime overall, and that's how the OPD looks at crime, everything from break-ins to, robberies and things of that nature. We also have a litter control and beautification program. Most BIDs start there, as you know. That's regularly scheduled groundskeeping, litter reduction, weed control, and strategies to mitigate exterior code violations. In 2023, the BID hosted 3 community cleanup events, providing free dumpsters, and also a service to stakeholders to discourage illegal and commercial dumping. Part of our special tax assessment, most of it is actually used to hire part-time groundskeeping services. We've also worked on several initiatives with the community in the area to even begin discussions to take advantage of cultural districts. So between 2018, when we started this conversation, to 2020, when the BID was actually established, we feel that a BID is a good thing for communities and can also often give what might start as grassroots initiatives a stronger arm for people to self-determine how their community grows within their neighborhoods. So I'm available for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Swan, 3515 Hawthorne.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the city council members and dedicated professional staff for your perseverance tonight. Our wives and husbands and children may not appreciate it, but at least we can rest assured that you guys saved the very best agenda item for last. Thank you.
Agreed.
I'm on the BID Association board. The BID Association is a nonprofit that Lavanya is the executive director for. She fundraises, and I wish that the previous BID had been able, the proponents and opponents had been able to see what has been done in our first 3 years as things for them to consider is just experience of what we've had for 3 years. Lavanya has raised $100,000 to $150,000 of non-taxpayer private money, leveraging the fact that we're an administrative subdivision of the city of Omaha. She's raised over $12 million in state and federal funds for the North 24th Street area from coming to Ames. She's worked with our city council person. She's worked with other city council people, the mayor's office, crossing political lines. She's held dozens, I would say over 100 meetings over the years that I've been involved. I mean, every month there's meetings that the public's invited to. Every quarter there's litter pickup in the BID area. The litter control, the beautification, that's all wonderful stuff. But what she focuses on a lot is accountability and crime, and that's because the rule of law, safety, those are prerequisites to business success, and those are areas that North 24th Street has, a challenge and a reputation to overcome that she's taken head on, and it's not a pleasant thing that anybody wants to take head on and address, and she does it anyway. It's thankless, and I admire her because she takes on these issues where best case scenario, people keep their mouth shut, and worst case scenario, she takes a lot of criticism. We've made enormous strides. I've just been honored to be a part of this. The reason I'm a part of the association is because I'm a BID assessment payer for the Carnation Ballroom at 2701 North 24th Street. That's a property that, Swan Realty Group family of companies owns 12 other properties besides that. And we have over 20 commercial tenants. We've rehabbed over $10 million worth of property. And so we're a very small scale commercial urban redeveloper. Carnation Ballroom, we worked with the city of Omaha to do a CDBG grant to basically protect the building from demolition. So we did structural repairs, we did a new roof, we had a lot of water problems, a lot of structural problems there. So that cultural treasure for Omaha can be preserved and part of the community for the next century to come. But I have not been able to lease that building out. And until we complete these missions that Lavanya pushes so hard on, other private developers are going to have this, and I've tried. I've marketed it, I've leased it, I've invested in it, and we have a lot of work to do, and that's why this BID needs to be renewed, is because we've got to continue. She's got incredible momentum, incredible community engagement that's happened since then, but we need more time to raise the rest of the money for the streetscape improvement and to continue to leverage the fact that we've got a legitimate partnership with the city of Omaha that we thank you for, and we thank you for considering the continuation and is it a reinitialization? Is that what it's called of the BID reestablishment? So thank you for considering this, and I'm a proponent.
Thank you. Any other proponents today?
Holly Barrett, Downtown Improvement District, 1620 Dodge Street, Suite 140. I'm here in support of the reestablishment of the on North 24th Street BID. Happy to answer any questions. Please don't ask any.
It's a
Thanks
deal.
for your support.
Other proponents?
Luis Humanis, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Last time this was up for establishment, I was opposed to it because I thought that it was too big of an area, and I didn't know if everybody of importance was involved. I agree with everything they've been saying. Proponents have been saying about Lavanya. She actually participated in an event that I hosted, and I appreciated that. It's a difficult area, particularly because of the streetscape and the one of the priorities for the 24th Street BID is walkability, and as you know, I like that, and I wish them well on this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Nope, okay, public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lavanya, if you would come up to the mic, please. Thank you. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. As Ben alluded to, we're saving the best for last. But nonetheless, I wanted to recognize your efforts for the work that you do on 24th Street. Also, I want to recognize your team for their contributions. So I'm in full support of this. I motion to approve.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This will be public hearing today, so we'll have a chance to make that motion on December 5th.
Oh, thank you.
Does that conclude your remarks?
That concludes my remarks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate you staying with us this late. That was our last item. You can submit that to the clerk if you want. Madam Clerk? Oh, was there another light? Mr. Bagley? Are you sure?
Yeah. This is a good note. So we're off for 2 weeks. I want to go home and watch the movie Scrooge because did anybody think that the hammering Bill Murray and Scrooge, would you please, for the love of God, stop the expletive hammering?
Right.
I was thinking that, so that's my funny note for the night. That's when I'm going to go watch Scrooge
We can thank
now.
Jim Dowding for that.
Yeah.
Now you want to do a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, no, they have to read the
Wait, I have to read this.
non-action
Non-action items. Items 70 through 82 do not require a public hearing or city council consideration at the present meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for a public hearing and city council consideration. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as the date the item is expected to appear on an agenda for city council consideration.
How about a motion now? Motion to adjourn. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Yes. Bagley.
Aye.
Hardy.
Yes.
Hug. Yes. Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Meeting is adjourned at 7:25.
Happy Thanksgiving.